Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau Icvee Surabaya, di Universitas menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan maju zaman yang kian melesat, keguruan ilmu UNESA akan menjaga marwah itu dengan menjadikan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, seiring keolahragaan, kebutuhan pendidikan dan maju zaman latihan disabilitas. UNESA akan menjaga marwah itu dengan sebelum menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka. UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4. Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni 3 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Teknik, Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, program pasca sarjana. Fakultas Teknik memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan. UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, memiliki 2 menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, pendidikan dan non-kependidikan, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel. Menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif, yang humanis dengan spesifikasi.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. Tak hanya menjadi intisari UNESA terus menyelenggarakan UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha Unesa, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda, Gor Basket Internasional, Unit Kegiatan Mahasiswa, Seni, Pengembangan karakter dan kepribadian, olahraga, aktivitas outdoor,
Unesa, 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 Unesa,
Unesa,
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
coba dulu.
Semua bunyi. Kita masukin background sendiri-sendiri ya. Kita open background ya.
Ini nggak ada.
dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau Icvee Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Program Pasca Sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau Icvee Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik,
Chairman Mr. Icvee Gagal, Mr. Arif
program pasca sarjana.
Thank you. Baru we listen for the first welcome speech for the
Memiliki
chairman
dua
of
klaster
Icvee Personal
keilmuan,
Insight Chapter.
program studi berbasis
Dr.
kependidikan
Mustafa
dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dan kemudian menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat,
Jump to the next.
berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, jogging track, lapangan berkuda, gor basket internasional, unit kegiatan mahasiswa, seni, pengembangan karakter dan kepribadian, olahraga, aktivitas outdoor,
Unesa, 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 Unesa,
Unesa.
UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
dari kota terbaik di Indonesia, kota dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan nuansa kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Lahir tahun 1964 sebagai Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan atau Icvee Surabaya, menjadi lembaga yang ditugaskan sebagai perguruan tinggi pencetak tenaga pendidik. Seiring dengan perkembangan kebutuhan pendidikan dan laju zaman yang kian melesat, UNESA menjaga marwah itu dengan meneguhkan diri sebagai pusat pengembangan pendidikan, pelestarian seni tradisional, ilmu keolahragaan, serta ramah disabilitas. Terus bertumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka, UNESA kini mengelola 7 fakultas yang terdiri dari 73 program studi S1 dan D4 serta 23 program studi pasca sarjana. Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Hukum, Fakultas Ekonomi, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, program pasca sarjana. Memiliki 2 klaster keilmuan, program studi berbasis kependidikan dan non-kependidikan, UNESA senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas penyelenggaraan pendidikan, memupuk tradisi ilmiah dalam penelitian, menggelorakan semangat pengabdian pada masyarakat, berjejaring berkolaborasi dengan pemangku kepentingan, serta mewujudkan pelayanan yang prima, transparan, dan akuntabel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Di usia ke-56 tahun ini, kami dengan bangganya mengajak Anda untuk lebih dekat dan mengenal tentang UNESA. Kami terus berkomitmen tidak hanya menyelenggarakan pendidikan terbaik bagi tenaga pendidik profesional masa depan, juga sangat berfokus untuk menciptakan lulusan yang berkarakter, tangguh, kreatif, inovatif, dan mampu berkolaborasi pada siapapun, berbudaya yang humanis dengan spesifikasi yang unggul dalam hal seni, olahraga, dan pendidikan disabilitas yang komprehensif.
Pendidikan tak hanya menjadi intisari keberadaan, tetapi juga menjadi nafas perjuangan. UNESA menjadi salah satu kampus penyelenggara program pendidikan profesi guru yang menghasilkan tenaga pendidik profesional. UNESA terus menyelenggarakan berbagai program pemberdayaan sebagai stimulus untuk mengembangkan sumber daya dosen dan mahasiswa. Pengembangan riset serta produk-produk inovatif menjadi solusi atas permasalahan yang ada pada masyarakat. UNESA, rumah para juara. Ekosistem yang mendukung dalam mencetak sumber daya manusia berkualitas, kompetitif, dan berwawasan global sehingga mampu bersaing di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kolaborasi adalah kunci kemajuan dalam upaya menjadi kampus berdaya saing global. UNESA berkolaborasi dengan sejumlah institusi berskala internasional, baik di bidang industri, pemerintahan, maupun institusi pendidikan. Naik kelas dengan kelengkapan fasilitas. Sebagai wadah dalam mengembangkan minat, bakat, serta potensi mahasiswa, UNESA juga terus mengembangkan sarana dan prasarana yang mampu menunjang kegiatan akademik maupun non-akademik. Gor Futsal Internasional, Asrama Kontainer, Sport Center, Pusat Bahasa, Geraha UNESA, Student Activity Center, Jogging Track, Lapangan Berkuda,
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is about to start in a few seconds. However, before we start, let me announce you some essential information. First of all, to help us recognize you easily, would you please put your name on the screen by format ID paper underscore participant's name underscore room number. For example, 642 underscore Yuli Sutoto Nugroho underscore room 2. Also, please make sure that you activate your camera on. In addition, please ensure that your microphone is in off position. Except in certain conditions, for instance, if you are invited to ask questions or to respond to selected questions by the speakers or moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Respectable Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan. Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto. Dean of Engineering Faculty, Dr. Maspiah. The Chair of IEEE Comsoc Indonesia Chapter, Dr. Wiseto Agung. The Chairman of Icvee 2021, Mr. Arif Widodo. Distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Nobuo Funafigi from the Department of Electrical and Communication Engineering, Okayama University, Japan. Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar from the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Jadavpur University, Calcutta, India. Muhammad Divari, PhD, Vice President of Digital Banking Division at PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Professor Manuel Gradin from the Department of Electrical Engineering, School of Engineering, Polytechnic Institute of Porto, Portugal, and honorable all participants of this international conference. Let's thank to the God who has given us some mercies and blessings so that we can attend this event without any troubles and obstacles. I'm Yuli Sutoto Nugroho, and I will be your master of ceremony today. Welcome to the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, Icvee 2021. The theme in the 4th Icvee is strengthening engagement with communities through artificial intelligence application in education, electrical engineering, and information technology. We would like to thank everyone here for taking the time to attend our reputable conference. To start our opening, allow me to read today's agendas, which are divided into some sections. Firstly, we have some remarkable speeches. For the second section, we will have plenary session 1 with 3 keynote speakers. Furthermore, there will be parallel session 1, which divided into 5 rooms. Subsequently, we will continue our agenda to plenary session 2 with 2 keynote speakers. And the 5th agenda is parallel session 2 on selected breakout rooms. And finally, we will have a closing ceremony. Now, we shall begin with listening to the national anthem of Indonesia and Mars Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Next, we have a conference report that will be delivered by Icvee Chair, Mr. Arif Widodo. For Mr. Arif, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan, MKes, the Honorable Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Mastia, the Honorable Chair of IEEE Comsoc Indonesian Chapter, Dr. Wiseto Agung, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Professor Nobuo Funabiki, Professor Subir Sumar Sarkar, and Mr. Muhammad Jifari, PhD. Dearest guests, presenter, and participants of the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Welcome to this online venue. We are proud to host the International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, Icvee 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Icvee 2021 is the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering organized by the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. This year, the theme of this conference is strengthening engagement with communities through artificial intelligence application in education, electrical engineering, and information technology. Following the theme, this conference aims to bridge the scientists, education experts, and practitioners and the students in the scientific forum through sharing ideas and issues about theoretical and practical knowledge in electrical engineering, informatics engineering, engineering education, and also vocational education. Icvee 2021 is attended by presenters from overseas, such as the United Kingdom, Portugal, Japan, Taiwan, India, Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia. Hopefully, we can have a productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion, knowledge exchange, and networking. At this stage, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker and sponsors. First, we have Professor Nobuo Funabiki from Okayama University, Japan. Thank you for coming. And second, Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. Thank you for coming. And next, we have Mr. Muhammad Jifari, PhD, Vice President of Digital Banking Division at PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Thank you for coming. And next, we have Dr. Taufik Ashari from Birmingham City University, United Kingdom. Thank you for coming. Next, we have Professor Manuel Gradim de Oliveira Jericota from Polytechnic of Porto, Portugal. Thank you for coming. And next, we have Dr. Wiseto Agung from IEEE Comsoc Indonesian Chapter. Thank you for supporting this event. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we have to acknowledge that this conference will not be possible without tremendous support and help from those who give their all-out effort and hard working. I'm very grateful to all the organizing committee and scientific committee members for their outstanding work to support this conference. Through this conference, we wish to increase our knowledge and work together to advance technology for the humanity. Thank you. Mr. Yuli, can we continue to the next?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arif, for the report. And the next, we have the first welcome speech that would be delivered by IEEE Comsoc Indonesian Chapter, Mr. Wiseto Agung. Please, for Mr. Wiseto, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Yuli Nugroho, for the time. Okay, Honorable Rector, Vice Rector, and Dean of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, also the Icvee chair, distinguished keynote speakers, participants, all IEEE colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. First of all, on behalf of IEEE Communication Society Indonesia chapter, I would like to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, or Icvee 2021. Despite the hard time due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we should be grateful that this event, the Icvee 2021, can be held virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a bit about the IEEE Communication Society, or COMSOC Indonesia chapter. IEEE Communication Society Indonesia chapter has conducted many activities over 16 years in Indonesia, and we have contributed and sponsored about 10 different international conferences annually. In terms of collaboration, IEEE COMSOC Indonesia chapter has a good and mutual relationship with ICT organization, industries, universities, as well as with the government of Indonesia. Besides this, we also conduct some other activities such as public lectures, technical gathering, workshop, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like also to share some interesting opinion from one of the IEEE senior members, Professor Roberto Saraco. He is also a futurist regarding the post-pandemic scenarios. He observed several things. First, during the pandemic, the use of digital access for remote access, as well as to access companies, are increased significantly. Second is that once the containment restriction have been released or loosened, the use of digital channel has decreased, but not to the point they were before the pandemic, remaining somewhere around 80%. And for the digital remote access has decreased, but not that much, remaining significantly higher than it was before the pandemic. He also mentioned that these changes raise demand for continuous education and new skills that will transform the education ecosystem in coming years as cooperation among human workers and intelligent machines become the norm. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to thank and congratulate the organizing committee of this event, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, for smart and hard work despite the uneasy time because of the pandemic. This conference can be held successfully. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to all of keynote speakers for supporting this event. And for all of you, please enjoy the conference. And I do hope that our research results would give a positive impact to the industry ecosystem and to our society in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiseto, for the meaningful speech. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, turning to the next welcome speech, allow us to invite Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto. Please join us, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto.
Thank you very much. I'm Bambang Yulianto. I'm Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read the opening remarks of Rector of UNESA. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning from Indonesia. The honorable speakers, professors, delegates, and participants. Welcome to the International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, Icvee. Today's conference marks the fourth year of success of the Faculty of Engineering and Vocational Program to host the Icvee. We invite speakers, researchers, engineers, educators in the area of electrical engineering, informatics engineering, and engineering education, and also vocational education to discuss and share knowledge focusing on artificial intelligence in education, electrical engineering, and information technology. Our university has a solid commitment to contribute to the development of education, science, and technology in Indonesia. In line with the idea of today's conference, with the spirit of UNESA satu langkah di depan, UNESA one step ahead. We established Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publication. This center is not only to manage international conferences and other scientific forums, but also to initiate more research and innovation on the application of artificial intelligence in some fields such as education, sports sciences, e-commerce, and education for people with disabilities. Therefore, through the theme of this event, I hope we can increase our knowledge and work together to advance technology for humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, in this stage, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers and sponsors. Professor Nobuo Funabiki from Okayama University, Japan. Muhammad Ghifari, PhD, Vice President of Digital Banking Division at PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Dr. Taufik Ashari from Birmingham City University, United Kingdom. Professor Manuel Gradim de Oliveira Quirisota from Polytechnic of Porto, Portugal. Dr. Insinyur Wisito Agung from IEEE Communication Society Indonesia Chapter. Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar from Jadavpur University, India, and also as the sponsor of this event. We also want to thank you to organizing committee, Arifidotto STMSC and team. Thank you for your commitment to make this happen. Center for Artificial Intelligence and Scientific Publication of UNESA, Dr. Elimatul Ima and her team for their commitment to manage all the conferences and other scientific forums at UNESA. Faculty members of Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Masvia and other professors and faculty members, and vocational program, Dr. Martadi and other faculty members. Thank you for the support and guidance for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Rector of UNESA, in the name of God, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially open today's conference on vocational education and electrical engineering. We do hope the conference gives positive contribution to society, especially in the implementation of artificial intelligence and information technology. Thank you and happy conferencing. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rector Professor Nur Hasan.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Bambang Yulianto, that has opened this conference and give warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, before we jump to the next session, we will capture our moment. So please, for all participants to open your camera, and we will take picture together with the assistance of operator. In charge operator, please. Once again, for all participants, please open your camera because we will take picture together. And due to some numbers of layers, please keep your position until the operator finish capturing them all, and you may give your best expression. Please keep your position for several minutes until the operator finish capture the all layers. We have 265 participants this morning, so I believe it will be so many layers in the screen, and it's likely will take several minutes or seconds to finish them all. I hope you all give your best expression in our memorable moment. For operator in charge, if you have finished to capture all, please inform us.
Okay, finish, Mr. Yuli.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I was finished to capture.
Okay, thank you very much for the operator in charge. Okay, that's all for the taking picture. Thank you very much, all participants. Well, let's come to the next agenda. In this occasion, we will have presentation by our keynote speakers in plenary session 1. Acting as the moderator, Reza Rahmadian, who will guide 3 keynote speakers for their presentation. There are Professor Nubuwo Funabiki, Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar, and Muhammad Gifari, PhD, respectively. For Mr. Reza, please, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Yuli. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the presentation, I would like to remind you to all put your audio into mute mode to avoid any disturbance. And please turn on the camera and remain in this room during the presentation. Thank you. The Honorable Chairman of the 4th Icvee, Pak Arief Widodo, the Honorable invited speakers, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For today's plenary session, we will have 5 distinguished keynote speakers, which 3 for the morning session and the other 2 for the afternoon session, whom I believe shall enrich our insights and knowledge regarding the theme of this conference. For the morning session, first we have Professor Nobuo Funabiki from Okayama University, Japan. Good morning, Professor. Second speaker, we have Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. Good morning, Professor. And then the third one, we have Muhammad Ghifari, PhD, which is Vice President of Digital Banking Division at PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. Good morning, Pak Ghifari.
Good morning. Nice to be here.
Thank you. And for the afternoon session, we will have Dr. Agustian Taufik Ashari from Birmingham City University. Good morning, Pak Taufik. And second presenter for the afternoon session, we will have Professor Manuel Gradim de Oliveira Gericota from Polytechnic of Porto, Portugal. Let's start the plenary session. Before the first presentation begins, allow me to briefly introduce our first speaker. He is a professor in Department of Electrical and Communication Engineering at Okayama University, Japan. The Distributed System Design Laboratory, which is he currently working with, focus on innovating new network services by the advanced use of ICT, or Information and Communication Technologies. The research topic in the lab include the optimized algorithms, web-based programming learning assistance systems, exercise and performance learning assistance system, IoT system, the user PC computer system, scalable wireless network, and the portable cloud system for ICT researchers and education. With the goal of creating safe, comfortable, and advanced IT service, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Nobuo Funabiki. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you for introduction. Thanks so much to invite me for this conference as a keynote speaker, particularly the first keynote speaker of very prestigious conference. And I'm so very happy and a little bit nervous. So yeah, thank you for giving me this precious opportunity. Before I prepared some Indonesian language. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Profesor.
Nama saya Funabiki, Nobuo Funabiki. Apa kabar?
Baik, thank you, Professor.
Terima kasih. Yeah. So actually, I visited Indonesia before the corona pandemic many times. Each year, I visit particularly Surabaya like 3-4 times every year, including UNESA. So that time I met several good people, including students in campus. So today I'd like to talk my topic. So because the time is limited, so I should start. So this time I chose this topic, PLUS project. So because this conference is a vocational education and electrical engineering conference. So my field is IT, computer science or software engineering. So in this field, IT, programming is most important skill. So everybody should master, the students or young engineers must master the programming. Otherwise, nothing happened in the IT field. So that's the reason I chose this topic. Okay, so this is the agenda of my talk. So as a professor in Okayama University, it's my obligation to introduce our university briefly. Also, please give me some time to introduce our lab activity. Then I introduce and discuss the details of our plus projects. Finally, I conclude my talk. So start from the introduction of our university. Okay. So then maybe I change the virtual. Sorry. Because I prepared another one. Bold. Okay. So I like Indonesia so much. Okay. Yeah. So this is say a main symbol cover of our campus. So this is a library. So the other side is the main entrance to our campus. So if you enter the campus, you can see this building. So our campus has a big area. So it is the third largest campus among the, I think, the Japanese national universities. Maybe it's bigger than UNESA, I think. So our university is one of the largest national universities in Japan. So we cover almost every area in the university, including education, economy, science, dental, engineering, or agriculture. So even if I think almost everybody can study in our university. The location of Okayama is west side of Japan. So you know that Tokyo is the capital, and Osaka. From Osaka, about say 45 minutes if you use the Shinkansen. So less than 200 kilometers. Okay, that location. So in our city, there are historical places to visit, such as Koraku Japanese Garden. This is one of the three major famous Japanese gardens in Japan. Also, you can see the castle. So beside this garden. Before, many tourists come. Now, unfortunately, not many. Okay. So our area is mild climate, so we can enjoy the good fruits like grapes or peach, also sushi. We can enjoy. So the fish are very fresh and delicious. Please come. Okay. Then I quickly introduce our lab. So fortunately, we accept many Indonesian students during my professor job in this university. So far, 6 students already graduated after they get a PhD. Now, 4 students are studying, including maybe she's a lecturer in your university. Okay, so please follow them. Okay, so if you have I think most of them get the scholarship of the Japanese government. So it's called MEX scholarship. So the next opportunity is January the next year. So if you are interested in studying with us, please contact with me, okay, or contact with her, Dini-san, okay. Then soon this person, he is maybe graduate from Penn, so he will join us from this October, this month. So although the corona is still issue in all over the world, but fortunately, I think I heard he moved to Japan, maybe 13 or 12 of this month. So 2 weeks later, he will come. Okay, please follow all these people. Okay. So this is a photo of my students. So there are 4 Indonesian students here. But unfortunately, or fortunately, how do we say, these two just graduated and went back to Indonesia. So now they are staying in Jakarta for currently 2 weeks, 10 days, I don't know. So the others are still they are studying with us. Yeah. So besides the Japanese, so there are students come from different countries like Myanmar, Kenya, Bangladesh, and China. Okay, so please join us. So there are 5 major topics in our group. So first one is a growing learning assistance system called the PLUS. So later I will explain the detail of this project. Second one is we study a wireless local area network, particularly using a Raspberry Pi for access points. So you know the Raspberry Pi, we can use a Linux operating system. So there are a variety of devices. So by using this advantage, we develop the new functions, new features to improve the performance of wireless local area network. So also we study the so-called exercise and performance learning assistance system, E+. So PLUS is to study the programming, but this one is for studying the some performance like yoga or calligraphy. Also, we study the IoT application system, so using various sensors. Okay. The last one is UPC, user PC computing system. So we use a personal computers of students as a platform to compute high load jobs programs. So to allow to use to run the various jobs on the PCs, we use Docker as a container technology to allow that. So now I move to the main topic, PLUS project. So first, I'd like to introduce the background and motivation of this project. So if you work in IT area or you are teaching in the computer science departments, so programming is most important skill. However, unfortunately, many students are suffering from studying and improving the programming abilities. The reason is such students not solve out of programming exercises using computers. They are only solve the assignments given by the teacher, very limited. So that attitude cannot improve their programming skills. To avoid that one, they should solve a lot of exercise problems by themselves. That is the motivation. Okay, but if you teacher assigns too much exercises, of course they cannot. Teachers cannot mark. So we are developing so-called PLUS programming self-learning study tool called the PLUS. So originally it started from Java programming. Now we cover the C, Python, JavaScript, and also Android programming. So these are major programs, I believe. So particularly Java, C, Python, and JavaScript are very popular in the IT industries. So depending on the statistics surveys, the order is different. But always these 4 languages appear on the top levels. Maybe now I think Python or JavaScript is most important and popular. We have to study. Okay, this is a 2 years survey. Yeah, I was surveyed. So this project PLUS offers different types of exercise problems to solve them by themselves. So actually, the reason is we should offer the learning environment to allow the step-by-step programming self-study. GUP, BTP, EFP, CCP, CMP, and CWP. So later, I will briefly introduce what kind of problem they are. So for any problems, we offer the automatic marking of any answer by the students. There are 3 ways to achieve this automatic grading, automatic checking of the correct answer correctness. 3 ways: string matching with the correct answer, and compiling the answer source code, and testing the answer source code using a JM. Sorry, this is only for Java. Okay. The string matching, we use this approach for these 5 problems. For the compiling and testing, we use this approach for a code writing problem. Then I move to the step-by-step programming study. Okay. So in our idea for self-study of programming using Plus. So anyway, to learn the new program language, grammar. So students have to study it through the classes, courses, or from textbooks or websites. So it's necessary. Without the basic knowledge, they cannot do anything. But of course, that is not enough. Then after they have some knowledge, some experience, so they should start to solve the GUP, grammar concept understanding problem. By solving these assignments, they can study how to use what the meaning of keywords, important words in the grammar. Okay, so for the programming, first step is to understand the meaning of each important word, grammar. Okay, then students start to solve the VTP, value trace problem. By solving this problem, they can understand how to use the keywords in the source code. Okay. Then, by solving an element filling blank problem, they can start to study partially writing a source code. Okay, not a full. So part of the source code they can write. Okay. Then, after that, by solving a code completion problem, the student can study how to debug the source code. Okay, debugging. Then, by solving the code modification problem, student can learn how to modify or extend the given source code. Okay. Then finally, by solving the code writing problem, so they can study how to write a source code from scratch. Okay. I believe where I studied the programming, so the teacher asked me to write a source code from the beginning. So, but that's the reason many students give up or feel difficult. Okay, so that approach is not good. I think we should gradually give it a more, say, experience. So increase the difficulty. Okay, starting from the easy one, step by step, we have they should study the program. Okay, like this one. So so we prepare different say programs, assignments. But any assignment, any exercise, the corrections can be checked automatically by software. Okay, so the teachers do not know anything. Okay, so teachers just give the assignment and checking, looking their progress. So unfortunately, some students are not doing well. Maybe students have to tell something. Otherwise, they don't need to do anything. Okay. So I'll explain them briefly. So first one is GUP. So in this problem, first we show the source code. This is the C source code. So it's full, some simple source code are full. Then we ask, say, some keywords appeared in the source code. For example, which keyword is used for declaring an identifier to represent constant. So if you know the C program, it's then a student should answer his answer to answer into the form. Okay. In this case, the first one is a sharp define. Second one is like a main. Last one is a for. So by reading this question statement and understand the meaning, then students gradually understand what's the meaning of these important keywords in C program. So this is an example for C program. We can apply for any programming language. Okay? By solving the questions and answer the keywords, so students can know correctly, clearly, what each keyword means. So I think students already studied the meaning of keywords in the textbooks or class, but that is not enough, I think, because they don't understand. But this time, to solve these questions, they have to clearly understand. Besides, so students have to read the source code. So code reading is very important process to improve the program. So by solving these questions, we can expect the student can improve the code reading ability, also understands the meaning of important keywords. Okay. So by solving these questions, so the students are supposed to understand what's the keyword, each keyword means. Then they move to the value trace problem. Again, we give the full source code, okay, like this one. So it's a C source, very simple. Then we ask, the question is asking the value, actual values of some important variable. In this case, I, because this is a simple question, so then we can ask a more difficult one. Okay, so at least students, if the student cannot answer what the value of I, that means that the student doesn't understand. So then by reading this source code, so students should answer the value of this program. Okay, then click the answer button. So then the system responds, checking the answer. If the answer is not correct, so become red. Any color is okay, but this time we choose a red. So otherwise become white. So that means so students can immediately know which answer is correct or not correct. So then students can modify the incorrect answer and resubmit. So students can repeat the answer answering the questions until every answer becomes correct. Okay, so without the teacher. Okay. The third one is the element filling blank program. In this case, we show the Java source code. But this Java source code, unlike the previous programs, this Java source code has several blocks. Okay, so students have to understand and request to ask must fill in the input forms by understanding what the elements, what the words should be filled there. Okay, actually, like a public class or try catch. So after the teacher, students studying how to use a try catch exception, so students can solve this problem. Okay, so by solving this problem, students can does not need to fully make a program, but they have to design the part of the program. Okay, so this kind of study can improve the program ability of the students. Also, this is a JavaScript actually it's a web browser program, JavaScript and HTML, the source code given. But in this case, you know, the web programming gives a generate the interface to user interface. So we give that interface output web page for user, okay, from this program. So both are we give. Then we ask the student to fill in these blank elements. So students if the student understand the grammar, also understand the meaning of this web page. Because target is the target of this program is out of this kind of page layout. Okay, so then they have to know how to make a program to show this layout. Okay, so by understanding them, they can fill in these elements, these words. Okay, so some are from the grammar knowledge, some are from the say message in the web page. Okay, like a color green. So this one is green, so we have to put a green. Okay, like say so some time date. So because this is a message, so inside the button, so turn to it. So that is to show this message inside the button, we have to type in the same message here. Okay, so by combining the grammar knowledge and say web page view, so the student can answer the questions correctly. So next one is a code completion problem. In this problem, it's more advanced. So we don't give the input form. Before, always we give the input form. Where is a word missing? Okay, but however, that can become easier. So from this in this problem, we don't show. So but this is you know say for explanation, we give some blank. But actually, in the problem, we don't give such space. Okay. Then so we show the source code with some blank elements, but no input forms, no space. Okay, so then we ask the student to type in so missing elements. Okay, like this one. So it's requested to complete the source code. It's kind of debugging. Okay. So then the checking, how to check. So for the statement line is compared with correct one. Okay. So that is this approach. The next one is the code modification program. This is a Python program. Okay. So for this program, we show the Python. We can do many things, but we believe I think the Excel file handling is one of the most important functions by Python program. So for in this case, we show the Excel file. Okay, then we give some source code to make this Excel file, but some say difference from this Excel file. So we ask the student to modify this source code to so that this program can make this Excel file correctly. Okay, by understanding, by solving these questions, so student can know how to make this Excel file correctly. Okay. The last one is a code writing problem. It's a CWP. In this problem, we show the only test code. Test code, what is test code? Test code is a program to checking the correctness of the source code. So by watching the test code, so students are expected to write this kind of source code. This is Java. Okay. Then when the student writes this source code, so they have to watch the more details of the test code, because test code gives detailed specifications of writing source code. For example, in the test code, max item is defined. So that means in the source code, students have to write, have to define the class named max item. Also, here is a get max method defined. So that means student requested to define the get max method. Okay, so there are several specifications that will be given from the test code. So by following these specifications, students are requested to write a source code. Then by running this test code, we can teachers can the system can automatically check the student source code is correct or not. Okay. So how much time we have? Okay. If we don't have time, so we can skip. But however, if we have time,
I believe we still have about 5 minutes, Professor.
Remaining 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So quickly, as additional information, so for the EFP, we propose always automatically generate the EFP, element filling plan form, based on the graph theory. Okay, so I think IT area you study the graph theory, so it's kind of application. So first, by using say JFlex or this parser, so we generate the vertices as elements or keywords from the source code. So this each word is divided into the words. Okay. Then we generate the edge by analyzing their nature. Because for EFP, if we blank everything, nobody can understand, can solve. So actually, for example, if we blank some variable like a count, we cannot make blank all of them. So okay, at least one count, one variable must be remain. So we make edges between them. Also, like curly blankets. So if we blank all of them, so the grammatically correct, but the behavior can be different. So we should make edges. Okay. Also the data types. So these data types int must be same. If they are not, they are different. This program cannot work correctly. So in that case, we should make edges between them. Then we make a complement graph. We make this graph is called a constraint graph. Then we make a compatibility graph by taking complement. Then for the compatibility graph, we extract a maximum click. So maybe if you study in the IT, so you don't understand, you even understand what is the maximum click. So it's a typical concept in graph theory. So then after that, we can make element filling plan programming automatically from the source code. So currently, this project of Plus is working with people in several universities in Indonesia, also in Myanmar. So Indonesia so far, State Polytechnic of Malang, and also the State University of Makassar. Okay, and Myanmar are several universities. Because from these universities, the students start studying in this project. So I asked them to have a collaboration with their colleagues or teachers, okay, students. So please, if you are interested, please join this project. I'm very happy to do this, okay? So in this talk, I introduced Oka University and lab, and introduced Plus and project. And so I'd like to encourage you to join this project also in our group, okay? So for the Plus project, we have this site. So if you access this site, you can see our products, our exercise programs. Okay, you can solve. So this is a contact information to me. So if you are interested, please send me the message by this email. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for listening to my talk. Okay. Yeah. This is the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih kembali Profesor Nobu Funapiti. It is very interesting presentation because it's directly help us as a lecturer to effectively mark the assessment for the students. Let's give a big virtual applause for Professor Nobu Funapiti. Now we come to the question and answer session. There will be 2 or 3 questions for the Q&A session. Please virtually raise your hand and the committee will unmute for you. Also, please mention your name and from which institution you are representing. So, first 2 questions, please raise your hand. Or probably from the committee, because all the committee oh yeah, someone says in the chat room, may I give a question from the chat room? Of course, I will help you read the question from Mr. Irawan Dwi. While we were waiting, is there any question from the committee?
So please use a microphone, I think, because it's difficult to answer. Please ask me directly. This is a conference, okay? This is not a chat time. This is a conference, okay? Please ask me directly. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. You can hear my.
Yes.
Okay. I have a question. I think it is an interesting project. What are different PLS and with the online learning, online chat learning, like in the ICPC online chat? What the difference? And the project have like a decision about the task of the student, give and submit the answer, give like accepted on wrong answer, like the time error like this. Okay, thank you.
So thank you for your question. So actually, we have such the similar questions many times. So of course, we don't survey any system, but in our limited surveys, particularly in the literature papers. So basically, the main difference is variation of the programs, I think. Variation of the programs and variation of the program languages, I think. So in our surveys, some systems cover the CWP. This is the main topic, I think. So same approach. So it gives a test code. So checking the correctness using a JUnit, particularly for Java program. Some programs some systems ask like a VTP, okay, or EFP, similar, but they are they limited for us. So maybe it means they only support like a C or Java sometimes. So partially. But however, we provide the more variation of the progress for step-by-step study. So besides, okay, we cover the different languages, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, Python, and Android. Okay, so that is so I'm not sure that is a answer to you or not. Okay, so besides from our experience of programming, so we have projects in developing some application systems. Particularly, we are now using Python programs for like a data science. So we have a project with the companies, several companies. So for this company project, we are using Python. So through this practical experience, we can know what is important in this say Python programming. Okay, so that part we choose for the topics of the exercise progress or source code. Okay, so that means I don't know it is correct or not. So while we are studying, or we are developing the application system using these programs, well, languages. So this experience can also improve this this class system. Okay, so both. So we study the programming by this tool. Then we develop the application systems using these languages. Then the experience of or result of this application system again feedback to the advancement of this project. So this kind of circulation we are experiencing. Okay, so so I don't know that is the different or not. Okay, so is that okay for you?
Is that answering the question, Mr. Rawan? Or if you have another question?
Okay, I send the last question in the chat room. If I create a source code, how to make decision about time limit error of my code? It is maybe too long, or it is fast to solve the program, to solve the problem.
So I'm sorry, I don't catch your question. What do you want to know?
About the decision about when I create the source code like application, this PLC can make like a decision about the time limit error, like another online learning.
10 minutes. So sorry, I can understand what your question intention. So please let me know. So this code writing. So we give the test code. So the source code is limited, such that the test code is available.
Okay.
So we cannot give any source code, unfortunately. That's a limitation. This approach. So I think maybe by combining the other approach to this, maybe to give the input and observe the output. So we can
like
do
this.
Yeah, I think so. So far we only focus on the test code, but I think we can we should extend. So now also we start to study the CWP for web programming, JavaScript programming. So you know the JavaScript is usually used on the web browser. So it's an interface, different from the other language. Okay, interface. Output is a interface. Okay, so then the test code, conventional test code approach cannot be used. But instead, so fortunately, there is some tool called the Selenium. So by using this tool, so we can manipulate, control the web browser from the software. Okay, so it gives us any input and observe any output from the browser. So by checking this the output to the given input by using a Selenium, so we may do something, I think. So that means not only the test code we have to do, say maybe check the output, but still I think it's not perfect. I think limited. So, but you know that don't forget, this is a tool for beginners. Okay. Students like undergraduate.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. So
Okay, I get your point. Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Irawan.
very much, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer, Professor Novo. I think we have time for another question. One more question.
So whatever you can ask. Okay. So maybe if you know questions, so I can introduce how to apply the MEC scholarship. Okay, if you have a question, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll explain. So among them, maybe two students did not receive the scholarship. Three, because there's age limitation. Okay, so first limitation is must be younger than 34. Okay, if you exceed 35, no chance. So some students, although they are high ability, but unfortunately they already become old. So if you are thinking, so please hurry. Okay. So second, then most important thing is publications. So I don't know the other universities. At least in Okayama University, they choose the candidates based on their publications. So how many journal papers, particularly for the first author, how many conference papers, particularly for the first author. So if you want to study, if you want to get the MEC scholarship, I strongly encourage to publish more papers as much as possible. Then you have a good chance. I think roughly say, if you have 2 journal papers, any journal is okay. They don't think, I think so far they don't care. Okay, you have a good chance. Okay, so must be younger than 34. So then 2 journal paper publications. So and if you are studying IT, please let me know. Okay, or if you are interested in the other fields, I can introduce some colleagues in my university. So, okay.
Okay, thank you for the information. So the most important thing are 2 points. Must be younger than 34, and your publication will be key to success to joining in Okayama University. Thank you very much for the information.
One thing I tell you, okay, one thing.
Yeah.
So the publication is important for the say MEC scholarship, but not only that one. So I supervise many PhD students. This is only Indonesia. So the others are some are Japanese, some are Bangladesh, some are Myanmar. Okay. So through the experience with these students, so the writing ability of publication papers is very important to be successful in PhD or research or lectures, I think. Very closely related to the performance. So you should practice and you should make efforts to write up papers. Hopefully you have a good supervision from how to write the correct papers, okay, on presentation. Okay, so.
Thank you. So we got another very good information. Learn how to write papers.
Yes.
Okay.
Very important.
Very important. Okay. Thank you very much. What an interesting discussion for us from Professor Nobu. That will be the end for the first question. Thank you, Professor Nobu Funabiki from Okayama University.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, we will continue our plenary session. Before we start for our second presenter, let me briefly introduce him. He currently is a professor in Jadavpur University in India, Calcutta, India, which focus in nano devices and low power VLSI circuits, mobile ad hoc network or MANET, wireless sensor networks or WSN, and RFID and its applications. He previously worked in industry like oil and natural gas corporation as an executive engineer for 10 years and 29 years in university experience. He was the head of the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Jadavpur University, during 2011 and 2013. And currently the co-coordinator of the evening course of the MTech in VLSI Design and Microelectronics Technology. Also coordinator of IC Design and Fabrication Center in Jadavpur University from 2016 to till date. He is an IEEE senior member and has completed 18 research and development projects which sponsored by different government of India funding agencies and published more than 590 technical research articles in international and national journals. He is also the IEEE EDS or Electron Devices Society Distinguished Lecturer in 2019. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Subir Kumar Sakar. The time is yours, Professor.
Good morning to all of you. Am I audible? And I give thanks to the. Is it audible, please?
Yeah, we can hear it, but probably better if we can hear. Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay, good morning, all of you. And I thank to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to deliver a talk on this conference. And my topic is obviously related to research topic and task management in self-organizing networks that includes MANET and also WSN. And if we look into the societal demand from the SON, we'll find that in the last few decades, mobile ad hoc networks and wireless sensor networks have seen increased adoption in a variety of disciplines because they can be deployed with simple infrastructure and virtually no central administration. And these type of networks basically can be set up and or deployed anywhere, anytime, because it proposes very simple infrastructure and or no, almost no or minimal central administration. In particular, the development of MANET and WSN provides tremendous opportunities in the area, including disaster recovery, defense, healthcare, researches, students, and industrial environment. Then, what is the requirement? Basically, the requirement of the transmitter and receiving status. Transmitter wants that his or her signal should be received or recognized by the receiver only, nobody else. But what is the issue in that? The rapid development of internet and wide availability of digital consumer devices such as digital cameras, scanners, etc., have significantly improved the ease of access to digital information. And this leads to the problem of illegal copying and unauthorized distribution of digital content. But because of the universal electronic connectivity, electronic copy, viruses, attacks, and electronic fraud can fit in, thereby putting special importance on security. So this is basically the background why the SON is very important, because it can be deployed almost without any infrastructure and with very minimal central administration, and it can be deployed anywhere, anytime, and its application is marvelous and all pervading. But only issue is that as it is open and it is common to all people, and hence security is a major issue, because tampering is very easy. It is open places and anybody can tamper it, modify it. So that is a major issue, and that's why trust is very essential for security. And we'll see in due course what is that. So this is basically the talk title, and this will, none of us know what might happen even in the next minute. Yet still we work with synergy because we trust. And this is myself. And these are my two books on this area. Let's adapt network from fear to grace, and it is the network Arctic House. And this is the, and this review also came in Icvee Communication magazine. And these are the discussion on my book in Icvee magazine. These are, I'm not showing it, and this is also on the network. And these are my research group and my little activities in my department in Javits University. And these are the research scholars who completed their PhD. Around 56 students already completed their PhD under me. And now normally I start and talk with a comment. It's not different way also. If you fail, never give up, because fail means fast attempt in learning. So not be afraid of the word fail. So this is myself, and I'll follow the outlook of my talk will be like this. I'm not reading out this thing. And so introduction part, that self-organizing network, what is it? Is an emerging technology which is used to sense and monitor the environment. As the nodes are deployed in an environment, the security is one of the essential factors that I mentioned, that as it's open to all, so anybody can tamper, and security is the very essential thing. The cryptographic technique can ensure confidentiality, integrity, and authentication. But we'll see why cryptography is not very important in securing the data in man or in cryptography. However, SON also needs to deal with the inside and outside attacker. To deal with the inside attacker and compromise or malicious nodes, task management system is considered as a principal tool in the area of SON. Task management system can be implemented in various disciplines or applications for security management, such as secure data aggregation, ensure cluster head selection, task state routing, access control, malicious attack detection, etc. The main objective of establishing the best performing SON is fourfold, which are as follows: to design a secure and energy efficient clustering method for SON, which will ensure the longer network life. Because you see that it's a limited source, it's battery backup, and hence if you do not use very selfishly rather, then it will be exhausted and that node will lose its life. To improve the secure node selection method as cluster head in a cluster SON using an evolutionary approach. Because you know that if cluster head has to live for a long time, so if we do not select properly, then the overall life of the network will be lost. To provide resilience against trust management vulnerable from various types of attacks that you have to see, and to design a resilience method which will differentiate actual malicious nodes and the nodes suffering from transient errors due to the openness wireless channel. Otherwise, both will be rejected. But one is not malicious. So that is current research trend that I have already mentioned. In the last few years, mobile and RF network and wireless system networks have seen increased adoption in a variety of disciplines because they can deploy in a simple infrastructure and virtually no central administration. And this type of network can be deployed anywhere and in many places. And also, you see that this can be used in disaster recovery, defense, healthcare, research, students, and industrial environment. And this is our department, and this is the state on that, and that's why we require this as management. So let us little go about the mobile ad-hoc network as managed as well as collaboration and their limitations and their characteristics, so that we'll be able to know how we can utilize them going beyond their limitations. A mobile ad hoc network consists of a group of wireless mobile nodes that dynamically self-organize and self-control to communicate each other without infrastructure. Not really without minimum infrastructure. A self-organizing network is a network that can automatically extend, configure, and optimize its topology, coverage, capacity, cell size, and channel allocation based on changes in location, traffic pattern, interference, and situation on environment. Each node acts as transceiver and communication by hop when some nodes are out of coverage area. If within direct coverage area, just directly, otherwise by hopping. Due to high mobility, the topology of the network changes dynamically, thus making routing very challenging. A significant feature of ad hoc network is the rapid changes in connectivity, and link characteristics are introduced due to node mobility and power control factors. So this is a major issue. And characteristics of managed multi-hop routing, autonomous and infrastructure-less, dynamically changing network topology, network scalability, variation in link and node capabilities, energy constraint operation. And issues is managed. The wireless medium do not have proper boundaries, outside which nodes are known to be unable to receive network. So there is no such. Wireless channel is weak, unreliable, and unprotected from outside signals. So anybody can tamper. It's open to us, which may cause a lot of problems to the nodes in the network. Wireless channel has time varying and asymmetric propagation properties. Hidden nodes and exposed nodes problems may occur. And this is basically the managed architecture, the application on middleware, networking, and enabling technologies, and these are the software. And these are the applications of managed that can be used applications, home in enterprise, networking, home and WLAN and PAN, and energy services, emergency services, start and rescue operations, normally used with disaster recovery, early retrieval, transmission of patient data, commercial environment, e-commerce, business, regular services, educational application, set up virtual classes as we are doing now, conferences too, and entertainment, multi-user games, robotic pets, outdoor internet access, sensor network, home application with smart sensors. We are now making a smart home with the help of this sensor application, environmental applications including tracking, movement of animals, and that's why in India, at least in Sundarban area, we have used that this technique that for counting the number of animals, especially tigers, but we use the RFID tag. But the problem with that is that it is creating some irritation in tiger's body, and they are trying to throwing out. Anyway, to overcome that one. And tactical network, military communications, operations, automated battlefield, and location-aware services, following services, automatic sale forwarding, in-person services, push, advertise, location-specific services, full location-dependent travel guide, and also anything tracking that also can be done by. And routing protocol of managed routing is challenging issue in ad hoc network since nodes are mobile and topology of the network is ever changing. And classification of routing that is includes 3 different types: proactive or table-driven routing protocol. In proactive routing protocol, the routes of all the destinations are determined at the startup and maintained by using a periodic route object process, just like a lookup table. And reactive or on-demand routing protocol. In reactive protocols, routes are determined when they are required by source using a route discovery process. And hybrid routing protocols is a combination of those two. And these are the protocols and their classification. Not going details. Then we are going little about the wireless sensor network, WSN. A wireless sensor network is a highly distributed network consisting of a large number of teeny, low-cost, lightweight wireless nodes deployed to monitor an environmental system. A wireless sensor network consists of spatially distributed autonomous wireless sensors called the node or mode to cooperatively monitor physical or environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, light, intensity, sound, vibration, pressure, and motion. Each node will be having a small sensing area of few meters and radio range approximately 10 to 15 meters. And each node or mode can sense, compute, and communicate each other. They can either receive messages or transmit messages and can transmit the message to the sink or the base station by self-configuration and multiple. The sink can use many ways to communicate with remote networks such as internet, satellite, and mobile communication network. Finally, the task manager collects these transmitters. This is a simple wireless sensor network. You see that the sensor field and sensor nodes, and this is the sink, and then this is basically the internet satellite and task manager that is being used. And these are the structures or architecture of the WSN. You see that there is a normally sensing system. This is analog signal that is converted to the microcontroller, and that should have a transceiver and memory and a power supply. And these are some pictures of something nodes available in the market. And the application domain of WSN is very tremendous: military field, medical monitoring and healthcare, industrial control, homeland security, ocean and wildlife monitoring, building safety, also that major issue, building and also the bridge, earthquake, early warning and monitoring, environmental applications, intelligent green aircraft, and smart roads. These are the applications. To the industrial control, environmental applications, and earthquake, early warning and monitoring, F1 wildlife monitoring, road safety and bridge construction. But it has some limitations. So sensor node limitations, limited hardware, but we cannot make a very heavy one so that it will consume large battery backup. and limited processing, limited storage, limited communication capability, limited energy supply, limited bandwidth, limited support for networking, and new network is peer-to-peer with base topology and dynamic mobile and unreliable connectivity. There are no universal routing protocols or central registry services in WSN. Each node acts both as a router as well as an application host. Limitation of WSN development environment is hazardous, where we normally apply that these areas unmanned, and hence unknown people may come and they can do anything what they like. Unattended, hostile, and dangerous. Susceptible to variety of attacks, these nodes can be physically tampered and misconfigured by an external or an insider attacker, and adversary force overtaking. Nodes are high vol. Nodes must be economic, hence limitations on node capability. Due to resource constraints, there is an incentive for a node to act as a selfish manner without cooperating with other nodes, because if he communicates all the time, then its battery backup will be exhausted and its life will be ended. And these are the behavior. Then we are coming to the need of trust, that node misbehavior in managed and WSN. Normally, you know that in any network, there is spying is always there, and some nodes who are working within the system, but they are providing data to the outside the network for some misconcept or intention, and that is basically we call a misbehavior in managed. And what are those? Let us see. That misbehavior is maybe malicious, or that is called mount attack, and selfish or save resource, battery, CPU cycles, and memory. And malicious or mount attack can be classified into two different types, that is forwarding misbehavior and routing misbehavior. And forwarding misbehavior again may be different types: packet drop and modification. Packet drop, sometimes it can totally drop the packet, and sometimes modify the packet and send it. And fabrication, it can add some new information of their desire and then send it. So timing, and then timing misbehavior. Say some event is a cyclone. It occur, it is to be expected that it will occur in 5 AM, but you are giving that information at 7 AM. So that's meaningless. So that's why timing misbehavior. And silent route changes. At the beginning, when you are making the route, you are telling something, but when you are actually transmitting, when start, you are leading that information to other routes to usually malicious activity. And routing misbehavior may be black hole attack, gray hole attack, and wormhole attack. We'll explain it also. And the selfish, that is basically two different types. This is self-exclusion and non-forwarding. Means somebody can be kept outside the track so that it will save its life. And other cases, by non-forwarding, some file it will not forward, and so it will save this energy. So let us see. And node misbehavior, then again, in managed and WSN, these are the nodes may exhibit various types of misbehavior. Node misbehavior may be categorized into two broad types, as we have described earlier. The malicious behavior. Intention of malicious misbehavior is to attack and damage the network. And selfish misbehavior, its intention is to save power, money, and CPU cycle. It's good, but not good for all. Because during emergency, you should participate. Malicious behavior can be of two types. Forwarding misbehavior, that packet dropping, packet modification, packet fabrication, timing attack, silent route change, etc. And routing misbehavior may be of different types: routing, salvaging, dropping of error message, fabrication of error message, usually frequent route updates, sleep deprivation, black hole, gray hole, and wormhole attack. I'll explain it. Selfish misbehavior can be of two types: that we have already explained. So timing misbehavior. A malicious node delays packet forwarding to ensure that time to leave of the packet are expired so that the packets do not reach the destination. Means I want to communicate the information to some locality that there may be cyclone at say 5 a.m. but I am intentionally delaying it and transmitting that information after 5. That is a time misbehavior. Silent route change attack. A malicious node forward a packet to a different route than it was intended to go. Means while transmitting, while route is developed, then say route is A to B to C to D. But now it is making A to B, then FGH. So it is desired location where he sending this information because of some personal interest. So that is the malicious. And route salvaging attack. A malicious node reroutes packets to avoid a broken link, although no error actually has taken place. Means it is at the time of establishing the route saying that this is ABCD, these nodes are having a link. Now, but while transmitting, transmission starts saying that within B to C link is broken, I am sending it to receptor. So that way, it is sending it to desired location. Clip deprivation attack. A malicious node sends excessive number of packets to another node so as to consume computation and memory resources to that. Sometimes what is it? He knows that B is very resourceful node. I am to destroy the B node. How can I do it intelligently? I can send the same message over and over, and also the false messages over and again, so that its backup or power backup is exhausted, and it will be out of network in that case. So that is clip deprivation attack. And black hole attack. A malicious node claims to have the shortest path, but when asked to forward the packet, it drops them totally. Saying that its route is there, yes, route is there. But when start sending information, no, route is not there, it's dropping somewhere, dropping to its desired location, malicious location. And gray hole attack is similar, but it is not dropping with all packets, partially, number of packets they are dropped. And wormhole attack, a malicious node sends packets from one part of the network to another part of the network where they are replaced. Means that is also exhausting the life of that network, life of the nodes of that network. The same thing, it is repeating it, so that it exhausts its power. And self-exclusion attack. A selfish node doesn't participate when route discovery protocol is executed to save its own power. Sometimes it is not taking place while say cluster head is asking for route development, but he is not participating in that process because he wants to live long by saving its resource. Non-forwarding attack. A selfish node participates in the route discovery process, but route drops data packet in the routing phase. So that means it is okay, it is participating, but it is dropping the message to some places which is not in the queue. Then what is the solution to this attack? We have to protect it, protect the network. To protect the sun from various attacks, there are broadly two different types of solutions: cryptographic security and trust security. Let us see their merits and we will consider which one is better. Cryptographic security algorithms are computational intensive. Node limitations on memory, battery life, computation, and communication capabilities is very weak. Poor. Cannot detect adversary code overtaking. Cannot detect physically captured, malicious, and communication failure nodes. Hence, total breakdown of data. Requires much more and communication bandwidth to handle software packages, and good algorithm, but no secret. Because you know that in cryptography, after the decryption of the information, it is open to all. Everybody can read it. Hence, cryptographic security mechanisms are not enough solution. So let us see what else. So trust. What is trust? Let's see. It is a new tool to maintain security. Trust is the firm belief in the competence of an entity to act as expected, such that this firm belief is not a fixed valuable associated with the entity, but rather it is subject to entity behavior and applied only within a specified context at a given time. It's given by this definition is given by the. And these are the views of some other cases also. The trust tells the degree of reliability of other nodes in performing action. It can be evaluated by maintaining a record of transactions with other nodes directly as well as indirectly. So I can directly trust by doing direct interaction with him, or we can get some feedback of other people who knows him. Trust as risk. An individual is confronted with an ambiguous path, a path that can lead to an event perceived to be beneficial or to an event perceived to be harmful. We do not know. Trust as a decision. This definition says that trust as the extent to which one party is willing to depend on something or somebody in a given situation, with a feeling of relative security, even though negative consequences are possible. Trust as subjective probability. An individual A expects that another individual B performs a given action on which its welfare depends. Trust as transitivity relationship. If A trusts B, who trusts C? Then A will also trust C based on the assumption that B actually tells A that he trusts C. It is also known as recommendation, or you can say it is indirect trust. Trust as a quality of service. Trust as the belief that the trusting agent has in the trusted agent's willingness and capability to deliver a quality of service in a given context and in a given time slot. Besides this, it implies the context, specific and time slot characteristics of the trust. Trust is a function of uncertainty. The level of trust can be measured by a continuous real number or positive integer number referred to as the trust value. Different subjects may have different trust values with the same agent or the same action. Trust is dynamic. The trust value of a node either may increase or decrease depending upon the behavior with other nodes within a time period. So let us now compare. We have seen what is cryptography and what is trust. Now we compare them. Cryptographic security means no one is trusted and requires authentication all the time. Whereas trust means everybody is trusted somehow and does not require any authentication at the beginning. Encryption and decryption security key is required, and every node evaluates the trust of neighbors based on previous records of the direct and indirect interaction. More complex and high overhead in all the aspects in cryptographic security, but less overhead, it tells the degree of reliability, and moreover, the cryptography after decryption information is open to all. Then where is trust important? Where is trust important? Where? What is the location? What is the place? We know that in heaven, everybody tells the truth. So there is no need of trust because we know that everybody will tell the truth. Everybody, we can trust everybody. But in hell, we know that everybody will tell the lie. That means I can put a input of they are due to the input of a NOT gate so that at the output we can get the correct one. So there also we don't require any trust. So in hell and heaven, there is no trust needed because we know it. We know everybody. But in art, it is a mixture. Some people tell the truth, some people tell the lie, and hence we require trust in the art. So art is a place where we require trust. So you see that trust importance, hell and heaven, and art is a maximum. So hell, there is no need of trust. Paradise or heaven, no need of trust, but only art, we require the maximum trust. Okay. There are three types of trust: basic, general, situational. What is basic? It is based on previous experience of a node. If two nodes A and B in a network ask to communicate with each other, the basic trust is not the trust that A has on B. Rather, it is a general dispositional trust that A has on other nodes. That means you can say it is a aggregated average. And general, it is the trust that A has on node B, which is not dependent on a particular situation. And situational, it is the trust that a node A has on B in a particular situation. In most of the cases, we are concerned with this type of trust between nodes in wireless self-organizing networks, such as managed and observed. So trust constructs, there are 6 trust constructs of in self-organizing network: trust intention of a node, trusting behavior of a node, trusting beliefs in a node, system trust in node, dispositional trust of a node, and situational decisions to trust node. And the trust construct, trusting intention of a node, willingness of a node to depend on information provided by another node in spite having knowledge about the risk involved. And trusting behavior of a node, voluntarily depending on one node on another node in a specific situation with risk associated in it. Trusting belief in node, confidence and belief of one node that the other node is trustworthy in specific situation. System trust in node occurs when nodes believe that proper frameworks are in place to encourage successful interaction between them. Dispositional trust of a node, general intention of a node about the trustworthiness of another node with under different situations. And situational decision to trust a node occurs when a node intends to depend on another node in a given situation. Example, node B wants to communicate with node A, therefore it communicates with a trusted third party trust management system which is trusted by node A also. Trust characteristics. Some trust characteristics are there. The trust is a relationship between two entities for a specific action. One entity believes that the other entity will perform an action. Trust is a function of uncertainty. The level of trust can be measured by a continuous real number referred to as the trust value. Different subjects may have different trust values with the same agent for the same action. Trust is not necessarily symmetric. A trust B does not necessarily imply that the B should trust A. Trust is dynamic. So the issue-based classification of trust system. Trust system can be classified on the following issues: initialization of the system, type of observation used, method of information access, method of information distribution in the network. So method of trust, the initialization. Most of the trust systems are initialized in one of the following three ways. First, all nodes are initially assumed to be trustworthy, since everyone is trusting, trust level is 1. The reputation of a node decreases with each bad encounter that the node experiences with its neighbor. Next one, every node is considered to be untrustworthy and zero trust. No node trusts other nodes initially. The reputation of nodes increases with every good encounter. Next, the third is every node is considered to be neither untrusty or not unworthy. So not 0, not 1. Some fixed value is given. All nodes start with a neutral reputation value, the 0.5, which if every good or bad behavior, the reputation is increased or decreased respectively. So the method of information access task system will be broadly classified into two different types based on the information access. Symmetric access system, all nodes in the network have access to the same level of information, first and second information. But asymmetric system, all nodes do not have the access to same amount of information. For example, in any institute, the head of the institution can access everything, but head of the department cannot access everything. And then a faculty cannot access everything in the department. So all these statistics are there. So the various methodologies to design task model. The following list summarizes different methodologies used by different people to model task. Fuzzy logic, evolutionary algorithm, quality, weighting, Bayesian network, neural network, weighting, and so on. So this is task management system. It is an algorithm model which helps support the decision-making process of the network. In the figure below, N1 is trying to gathering the second-hand information about N2 from its neighbor. So it is taking the information, that indirect information, and asking the N4, N5, N7 about N2 to get an information. And from that weighted average, say W1, X1, W2, X2, like that, we'll get it, divided by N1 plus N2 plus N3. So that will give the average. And various task metrics, that is, these are the task metrics that we discussed about it. And this is the basic task computational model. We are taking the experience means direct interaction trust, and then we're taking the recommendation, that is indirect information about the any node, and we are doing some calculation, doing some mathematical relation, and that is basically using for trust. So direct information, indirect information, merging it with some suitable mathematical formula, and we are getting the trust. So some research work, we see that how they have calculated. This is one research work. You see that the direct trust dt, and you see that dt is equal to s plus 1 divided s plus s plus 2. S is successful interaction, f is failure interaction, and initial dt equal to 0.5 because initially s and s equal to 0. No successful interaction, no failure interaction. And indirect trust IT equal to summated by the other. Another work, you see that here the trust and answers, the successful interaction and unsuccessful interaction being calculated, say within a whole day or a whole month. We have calculated, they have calculated it, and they have taken the average. Say 5 days they are calculating, so I can take it first to 6, then second to 6, third to 7, and in that way, we are measuring the average successful interaction, unsuccessful interaction over the period, and we are taking weighted average, and we are getting the trust band. And this is our work, and there we have taken 500 nodes, and we have tried to incorporate malicious nodes up to certain extent, and we have seen that up to 30% is okay, 30% is okay. And also we have seen that there is another very important thing that we have studied, that the positive, if positive measure which designate the number of malicious nodes is good recommendation about the bad. Bad node, we know that malicious node, but some people are giving no, these are bad, good, and just opposite also. And we have seen that if this type of node misbehave is up to 30%, then we can detect the malicious node. But if it is beyond that, it's very difficult to detect the malicious node. And also we have suggested that in that case, that if within 500 it is 30% means 150, is within 500 nodes, if 150 nodes are working against your the idea, then obviously you shut down it and start the network phase. That's better. That we are serving. And these are conclusions of this work. And the another thing we have seen that the metrics that we have taken, the higher priority task metrics are not equal priority. So some metrics are of equal priority, high priority, and low priority. So that we have given and we have calculated that task that we have got to the bit with. So that we have shown it, the sum is given to priority equal to 2 and someone given priority equal to 1. And we have seen that it's giving good result. So if we have taken this, but if it can be revised and we can see, if somebody can see it, that maybe which one we have considered the best priority, but it may be, it may give that if we put it in low priority area. So this is it is a new area and hence it is expected that every work is publishable and is good work. So I'm giving open areas where research can be done. Task modeling problem is inherently complicated due to the uncertainties involved. Bayesian probability, beta distribution are some of the tools that have been proposed to solve it. However, design of a reliable and robust task framework for self-organizing networks, the managed housing, is still an open problem. Bootstrapping problem, most of the existing systems require considerable time. So time, it takes a long time. So if you can reduce by some algorithm, that's a good work. And designing algorithm, so Eli, you know that a good algorithm will good result. So we have developed or somebody has developed algorithm so far. So it doesn't mean that it is the correct one. So that maybe some in future you can develop some new algorithm and you can get a better result. Explaining a node due to misbehavior in a decision problem under uncertainty and requires a normal mathematical approach to solve. We have somebody has developed some mathematical relation, but case to case basis. But there is no university, so that this is the rule. I can apply it just like a Newton's law of contagion. And development of a robust scheme that motivates the nodes to publish their rating honesty in another open problem. This is particularly challenging in WSN and managed as the nodes often do not belong to the same interest group. So these are the references that you can see. That obviously I have given my references only the 2 books and also my thesis, PhD thesis of my scholar, and also the some publication list I have given, and you can see it and you can have a further study on that area. I will get it. So my declaration that now with this, I have worked around 10 years in industry. That's a good Indian company. It's a government company and it's a Navaratna company as a executive engineer. And then thereafter, I have served around 29 years almost in 26 years written, but 29 years already completed. 8 years in IIST, Tripur Indian Institute of Science and Engineering Science, and then in Jadavpur University now is 21 years. And from this long experience, this is my suggestion for surviving an academic institute. Research is the transformation of money into knowledge. That means research is the transformation of money into the knowledge. That means for doing research work, we require money. And if we give the money, then we can do some research and we can gain some knowledge. So that means for doing research, we have to involve money. But innovation is the transformation of knowledge into money. So that means by this knowledge, if we can develop some novel idea, novel product that can be sell out and we can get back the money again, then institute will survive. That means we will invest money in the research. In turn, research will give some product or some new ideas that can be patented, that can be sold out, and so we can survive. At least we can get back the money. Otherwise, if it go on, so I think it will not survive. And next, my desire, if I had my life to live again, I would still pursue an academic career. There is no better choice so far, I consider. And then further, words of inspiration, stand up, the whole, be strong, take the whole responsibility on your own soldiers and know that you are the creator of your own destiny. And thank you. And if any questions, you can ask me.
Thank you very much, Professor Subir Kumar. That was an interesting topic. Now we come to the question and answer session. Due to the limited time, we probably only have 2 questions. Please virtually raise your hand and the committee will be unmuted for you. Also, please mention your name and from which institution you are representing. So, first question, any question?
It will be better if directly asked.
Excuse me?
It will be better if a question is asked directly.
Oh yeah, yeah. We will unmute the if someone will raise a question. Yeah. Any question for the presentation? There's one question from Mr. Yuli Sutoto. Mr. Yuli, you can direct your question to the professor yourself.
Okay, it was interesting presentation, Professor Subir. And I would like to know further in minutes and WSNs, note my exhibit various types of misbehavior such you have present, such as malicious behavior and selfish behaviors. So how to prevent the following damage? Thank you.
How will you distinguish it or how will you detect it? You want to know how will detect it or how will? Is it? You want to know how to detect?
Sorry, sir, I just missed the sound.
You want to know how to detect malicious notes?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
To see that, we will detect it by its behavior. Initially, we'll consider that every node is trustworthy. And I will give some interaction. I will interact throughout the time, and I'll take some feedback from others also. Say I am taking I am giving the direct work to say node A, and I got that he is giving correct information in 6 times out of 10, and then I am asking the C to tell about A. If he is telling though he is also giving 4 wrong answer and 6 correct answer, then obviously I will see that it will be 0.6 plus 0.6 divided by 2 is 0.6. So its maliciousness is 0.6. That means, and if we have to decide how much tolerance we will give. If it's 0.8 is the tolerance level, then obviously we will call it that this is a malicious node. Okay? Hello? Have you understand my point?
Yes, it is clear, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Professor. There's another one, Mr. Irawan.
Yes.
Mr. Irawan.
Okay, thank you. I again. Thank you, Prof. Subir. I have a question. I think it is an interesting method because of the limited resource of the WSN. Is the method of the trust make overheating or overload in WSN? Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I send the message in the chat.
Is any question, please? Is there any
Yeah,
question?
I think Mr. Irawan asking about the because of the limited resource of WSN, is it the method of trust make the system overheating and overloading. Thank you.
Okay, okay, understand it. You see that by trust and maliciousness, both are beneficial in two different ways. The malicious node who wants to work malicious activities for a long period, he will try to save its power by not contributing or not coordinating, not allowing the other nodes. While route is made, it is not participating in route routing process, because in routing process, if it takes part, its power consumption will be reduced. Means its battery backup will be reduced and its life will be reduced. So in malicious node, into one way is malicious node is living for a long period by saving the battery. One thing, but that is, it is saving itself for its malicious activity, but that is not good for the real network. But real network trying to save power because it has to live for a long period and it has to investigate for a long time. So these are two different aspects. But we have to see which one is correct and which one is wrong. Which one is malicious activity, which is not. So for that, we have to see its past history. That node A, what he has done in the past. Has he participated in real time, in time needed? If it has done, then okay, it is doing it for the safety of the network itself. But if I found that in previous history, past history, that node has not participated in all the time when critical time is there, when I requested support but not supported, because he wanted to live long for doing malicious activities. So in that way, observing the previous activities and taking recommendation from others, he may also misbehave with other nodes also. So by this way, we can detect. Okay.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Mr. Irawan?
Yes, are you happy? I shall.
Are you happy with the
Thank you,
answer?
thank you, Master. Thank
Okay,
you, Prof.
thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm afraid that was the last question because our time is really limited. I'll say thank you again, Professor Subir Kumar. Thank you for answering our question and thank you for the interesting topic today.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I will be always there if you call me in future also. Okay, thank you. Shall I
You're
go out?
welcome.
Shall I go out?
That's yeah.
Okay,
I can mute you, or you can follow all the plenary session if you want to.
But let me take breakfast, then I'll do it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Now we will continue our third speaker. Our third speaker is the Vice President of Digital Banking Development and Operation Division from Bank Rakyat Indonesia, or BRI, which has completed his PhD at Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand, focusing in machine learning. His interest in machine learning, computer vision, computer graphic, and deep learning brought him to the company specialized in digital visual effect named Vita Digital Ltd in New Zealand, where he worked as an artificial intelligence researcher, which focused in AI or machine learning tools for 3D animators, modelers to perform effects, visual effects, CGI works, and many more. His works involve some notable movie projects such as War of the Planet of the Apes, Valerian and the City of Thousand Planets, Deadpool 2, Mortal Engines, Alita, Battle Angel, and Avengers Infinity War. Before joining the Bank Rakyat Indonesia, he was the head of artificial intelligence in Bukalapak, responsible for delivering AI solutions that support some technical and business domains, such as recommendation system, search engine, cybersecurity, investment, and also financing solution. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Muhammad Ghifari, PhD. The time is yours, Mr. Muhammad Ghifari.
Thank you for the great introduction, Pak Reza. Yeah, before getting started, I just want to check if my sound and also my screen work just fine.
Yes, it's loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, and honorable rector, vice rector of State University of Surabaya, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Nobu and Professor Subir, that have delivered very interesting topics previously. And good morning to all of you in Indonesian time, the conference participants, all the committee of this conference. It's an honor to be in this conference alongside the great speakers and audiences here. Yes, Pak Reza mentioned, currently I'm working with Bank Rakyat Indonesia, or BRI in short, which is one of the largest and oldest banks in Indonesia, mainly specialized in small scale and microfinance. Yeah, especially also focusing on empowering micro and small medium enterprises. In this talk, I'd like to share with you about reimagining banking industry with AI technology that could establish a different way of doing banking than before. So my talk today will comprise of 3 topics. Firstly, it's about a little bit brief of a history of banking and also the financial technology. So to give you like a more general context before we go deep dive into AI technology. And second is on how artificial intelligence is applied in more practical industrial context. And we might see also a difference between how we apply AI in an enterprise environment compared to, let's say, in the lab experiments situations. And lastly, I probably will take you to a journey that actually we take in, especially in Bank Rakyat Indonesia, on how we apply some use cases leveraging AI in several aspects. So for the first themes of this topic, let me probably go back to the history of banking itself. And probably, as we might know, bank is perhaps one of the oldest industries in the world. Probably the existence could be date back to around 2000 BC, when merchants of the world gave grain loans to farmers and traders. Then it was continuously evolving to become large institutions, especially around the 14th century. Who gave credits and lending in the form of money, basically. And actually, it was happening around European regions, like especially in Italy, with the rise of sort of Medici banks, for examples, and then some other regions as well in the Florence and so on. And along the way, the bank has become more and more complex with many activities, products, and obviously the paperwork, right? And then there's also, in terms of the customer experience, the conventional banks also have relied on the existence of the notion of the physical branch offices, right? Where the customers have to come to the branch locations to meet with the bank staff, face to face with direct interactions, to access the bank services, basically. And with the advancement of electronic and information technology, the needs of direct interactions becomes less dependent or becomes decreasing over time, with the rise of for example, automated teller machines, in online and internet banking, mobile banking, digital wallets, and even like social media banking. And I remember Bill Gates ever said that the world need banking services but not necessarily banks. And it's actually due to by utilizing the technology appropriately, to kind of change, or probably what I call it before, like try to reimagine the basic surface of the banking, but with new technologies, development, and we can actually utilize that into more sophisticated and even easier customer experience than before. And let me step back for a bit to the concept of the first principle thinking, and it was actually coming from a design thinking perspective, where there's like the first principle method, and there's also the method of design by analogy. I think it's kind of related to what we're talking about in this sessions, to explain why actually we can come up with some kind of new or reimagination of banking services. So I think the first principle here is basically about basic assumption or truth that cannot be reduced any further. I think it's a quite common thinking method, especially in science, engineering as well, and to really deep dive and also divide the specific domains or complexity into several parts, in which we cannot actually divide it further, basically. And then after that, we try to come up with a solution that built from those kind of basic principles, in order to create new solutions. And I think some of the great thinkers and also great innovators actually have been successfully applied the first principle thinking here, that actually make some solution to be more breakthrough, and then also come up with some new, and then also reimagine services. And I think there's a reason why I put like the iPhone and then BlackBerry icons there. Is basically probably just to give you an example, the difference between the first principle and then designed by analogy, where basically in terms of the user interaction, the first principle is actually we want to interact with the mobile devices to be as simple as possible, as attractive as possible, and with maybe a more pleasant feeling with the mobile devices. And I think BlackBerry, when it actually got started, it tried to borrow the concept of typing by keyboard, right, interacting by keyboard. And then because it's actually has been done before in the personal computer and so on and so forth. So actually it brought the keyboard concept into the mobile devices, while actually iPhone took basically substantially different way in order to interact with the mobile device. And I think as we all know today, the successful one actually with the design by iPhone here, that actually can let us to interact in more better way than before, right? And then I think this actually just to give you the difference between how we think by the first principle and how we think by the analogy. And I think in terms of the banking context, maybe there are only three principles that actually run regardless of the the environment or the methods or probably the technology behind that. First is actually it's all about storing the value or store the money, and it's all about move the money I think about transferring and also pay bills or pay to the merchants. And then thirdly is actually the access the credit. Those like the three first principle that actually is not changing over time, while in terms of the how we deliver those principles always changing, right? And depending on the situation, depending on the technology available. And I think one of the result of those first principle thinkings with the rise of digital technology, I think at the moment we are in the states where the rise of the financial technology, especially the 3.0 to 3.5, right? Where with the advancement also the rise of the mobile technology, internet technology, and also the startups led us to access the banking services or financial services that actually not necessarily banks, right? In the certain various areas, from the financing, payments and infrastructure, operation and risk management, data security and monetizations, and also the customer interface. I think the main message here, we actually can enjoy or can leverage the services that actually being accessed with the concept of the branch office banking, right? To go to this and then to get some financial aspects. But I think at the moment we actually have more choices, right? With the application that actually being there in our mobile phone, in our computers, and so on and so forth. And as Jack Ma said, there are two big opportunities in the future financial industry. One is online banking. All financial institutions go online, and the other one is the internet finance, which is purely led by the outsiders. And in terms of the fintech 3.5, specifically, I think we actually also observe the emerging markets that actually being driven by the financial technology, and especially in the emerging or developing countries, right? And I think the growth of the fintech adoption is even faster and also larger compared to more developed countries. And the main reason is that in the emerging or developing regions, it's perhaps in terms of the penetration of the banking is actually not that widespread compared to the developed region. So that's why with the presence of the internet and also the mobile phone and the mobile applications, it actually can have better opportunity where the banking services through the mobile applications actually being adopted faster in the emerging regions. And then including in Indonesia, basically. And as we all know that Indonesia actually has a really huge big populations with around 274 million population based on 2019 survey, and also the age also is actually relatively young, basically, for 84% under 54 years of age. But I think what I want to highlight here is actually there's still 83 million people that actually still unbanked. And this is actually also the opportunity for any financial services to provide or to serve the financial services better than before, with further outreach compared to the previous situation, right? And I think seeing from 2020 state, at the moment we sort of have around 300 fintechs. It's actually non-exhaustive list, ranging from the payments, lending, and crowdfunding. So with those existence of the fintech application, we actually can access more diverse services or products of the finance, right? Compared to let's say 5 to 10 years ago. And it also gave the choices for Indonesia micro and small business, small medium businesses that actually contribute to 64 million in terms of the numbers in 2018, and it actually absorbed 97% of the workers, 61% GDP. So what I'm trying to say here is actually the backbone of the Indonesian economy, right? And then with seeing from the trend of the fintech P2P lending contribution is actually also keep increasing, seeing from 2019 up to 2020, and I believe it's actually become, we can see some more exponential pattern, due to the COVID-19 situation as well, for the digital penetration up to now. And yeah, so there's like this is actually good things, so that we can actually achieve the financial inclusion, better than before. But also one thing that we need to also be cautious and also have more care is in terms of the risk management and also the trustworthiness of the system, right? So whether we can actually go shorter, go faster, go cheaper, to serve the public, but in the same time we also need to increase the security, increase the trustworthiness, and then make sure that the risk is actually also can be controlled better, because with the existence of the fintech lending here, the risk is also increasing, right? We actually also saw some unpleasant impacts with the fintech here in terms of the looks like the shark loans, right? But so my point here, we actually need to be balanced between how to serve the customers or the public betters, and also in the same time we also need to control and also increase the trustworthiness of the system, and then make the risk management optimize better. Okay, moving forward, again, by applying the first principle thinking, the financial services may be again reimagined with the help of the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, maybe quantum computing, task-specific hardware, augmented reality, and so on and so forth. So according to the World Economic Forum, this kind of emerging technologies will boost some financial functionalities, such as establishing ecosystems beyond finance, integrating physical and digital processes, reorienting transaction flows, and reimagining core functions. And basically, the main message here is actually we need a technology ecosystem. So AI, which is actually my main topic that I would like to share with you, doesn't live in a vacuum space. Basically, it needs to be integrated with other ecosystems, especially gaining diverse data from different signals, also from different channels, so that it actually can have some kind of synergy or collaborative system between AI, cloud computing, and the others, to get the financial service to be reimagined, and basically to serve and then offer better services to the customers. And this is just like a use case example on how the role of those kind of emerging technologies in terms of having new kind of user experience. And for example, let's say we have like the small medium enterprise clients. They actually could benefit from tailored business advice and lending products that grow within their business. And as a financial institution, they could also reposition itself as a strategic advisor and also source of trusted operational advice. And probably what we can offer to the business clients or partners, the bank or the financial service can proactively offer the loan products when let's say new order comes in, or when key equipment breaks down and subject to specific parameters. And with better data or better information and also better predictive models, the system can actually offer more personalized services and more accurate products as well. So in order to fit in their businesses better. And let's say with the more contextual credit underwriting, by leveraging the internal data and also let's say the data from the IoT devices, it actually can automatically underwrite a loan and continually adjust the rate based on all the data, for example. So this actually just when the lending can go shorter, go swifter, go cheaper, and go more contextual than before. Okay, that's the first part, and then I would like to go to the second part, which is about the AI itself. But I would like to share with you in more, maybe applicative perspective in industry. So I think these days, I believe currently most of you have already been familiar with artificial intelligence, at least the names, because it actually goes everywhere in the media, in the science fiction movie, for example. And I think it's all about making machines or computers able to imitate human intelligence at a certain level and also certain aspects. And then as a field of study, I think it's not entirely new area, right? And it actually could date back to 1950s, where some small group of researchers come up with the idea of how to make a machine behave in a ways that would be called intelligence if human were so behaving, driven by John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, and the folks, and then how basically we can contribute more, to offer or to implement intelligence, basically, ranging from reasoning, planning, for example, and then doing logic, and then how we actually can encode those kind of aspects into the computers. And I think these days, AI can be considered as a family of algorithms with different kind of paradigms. And I think we can describe it as with several paradigms such as probabilistic reasoning, computational logic, optimization techniques, computational logic, knowledge representation and learning, and also the search based. And I think some of them sometimes is actually interchangeable within the AI itself. Basically, all of them could be considered as AI. And what I want to also highlight here, the subfield that actually really can be applicable with the rise of the big data is actually the machine learning ones that actually relies on, is actually being brought from the statistical inference perspective and try to leverage, the data in order to build models to behave or to do certain tasks. In general, according to Deloitte here, we can leverage AI, to offer three improvement or three aspects that can be making it better. First is about the product and how, let's say, AI can offer better cognitive engagement between the human and machine or digital application to the human, in order to understand the customers better and to leverage all the nuances from the customer perspective, the behaviors, transaction, if we talk about the banking perspective, and to offer them more personalized, more customized products that could not be offered if we actually don't have enough data, right, in the past. And also, secondly, is about the process automations, how we, in some aspect that actually time-consuming, tedious tasks, repeatable tasks can be automated with machine learning or AI programs. That certainly it can help us to make all the operation to be more efficient. And of course, we can actually, as a human, we can do some other things, something else, basically, to try to actually acting as much more non-technical aspect from the human perspective. And thirdly, it's all about providing better cognitive insights, discovering patterns or making predictions. So as a decision maker, we can have a better decision that being supported by AI or machine learning, and also the faster process of in terms of the decision making due to the more accurate prediction by the usage of the artificial intelligence. And this is what I mentioned before, machine learning as a subfield of AI that I think in general now, maybe in the worldwide industrial context, it's the most used artificial intelligence paradigms that actually really relies on the big data, not only big but also the high quality data, right? So that it actually can make or develop an interesting or useful prediction models, basically, that actually do a certain kind of task. And especially there's like you know, approach in the machine learning called supervised learning that actually relies on, you know, the pair of the data as an input and output. And then to give you you know, illustration, you know, let me take, for example, email, you know, in the email spam filtering. Basically, we can collect you know, all the, for example, email text, email body, for example, and then we can label those tags as a spam or not spam. And then we took all the, you know, a bunch of data and then let the machine learning algorithms to make the prediction machine, basically. And after the learning finish, it can be applied as a spam filtering in our email application or email system, for example. And for another example, in the banking or financial services, let's say we have a collection of customer info, and we label it as a, you know, loan approved or not approved, that based on the historical data, and use that, you know, to run the machine learning algorithms to make a prediction model, and we come up with the credit scoring application, so on and so forth. And this is with this kind of simple paradigm, you know, input, output, and then make a prediction algorithm, we can already make some strong technology, basically, with this machine learning or supervised learning as the underlying method behind those technologies. And I think we can safely say that, you know, recommendation system is perhaps one of the most successful and mostly used machine learning application in digital platforms. I think it's already like being integrated in our daily lives, you know, from social media, video streaming, you know, e-commerce, so on and so forth. And I think it already becomes a indispensable features that need to be integrated within the application. I mean, if there is no recommender system, probably your application is actually not interesting anymore at the moment. If the social media cannot, you know, recommend you or offer you personalized content and more preferable contents, I think it's actually not quite interesting. So it basically take the feedback from the customers, from the users, you know, let's say, you know, buy feedback, like feedback, watch, dislike, and, you know, all the interaction by you know, done by the customers in the with the application, and the machine learning algorithm actually keep processing all the feedback data, and then along the way it actually can you know, understand better what's your preference and what you want, and hopefully in the future they can actually offer you or recommend you much better contents or much better products. And sometimes you know, there's just a joke here, they even can know better than yourself, you know, in terms of, you know, what you want in the platforms. And this is actually less common application, I think. You know, I think also Pak Reza mentioned about, you know, the visual effect experience that actually I ever work with. And I think this is just one use case where we can leverage AI or machine learning to do, you know, the face motion capture, you know, basically try to transfer all the motion from the actual actors, you know, from the markers or even like the markerless artifact of the human face, and transfer that into the motion and shapes, basically in the 3D characters. And this is actually useful if we try to serve the animators, for example, or face modeler, so that they can not starting from scratch, basically, in order to make the visual content, like, you know, the face movement, stuff like that. And then they can with the more accurate prediction from the AI, they actually can focus on the more creative or innovative, you know, artwork, basically. So they actually not really deal with some kind of tedious task in terms of making the, you know, minuscule or probably granular movement of the face, for example, Thanos face here, basically. And it's actually process the, you know, a big data of the 3D you know, signals, and then try to you know, make the prediction algorithm so that it actually can transfer the shape and also the movement, right, to the 3D characters. And even less common, but it's very interesting, and it actually become the milestone of the AI itself. It's you know, machine learning or AI can actually make AI agent to beat the human champion in the several domains in game, basically, especially in the Go and also StarCraft here. So in the deterministic environment, machine learning has been proven to offer you know, very strong agent, basically, so that it can understand the you know, the opponents better, the movement, what's the next movement after the previous movements, sort of stuffs, and then it actually process in the real time as well, you know, so that, you know, the human champion or human expert is actually being beaten by the AI models. And maybe the question is whether we can actually transfer or adapt these kind of techniques into more you know, maybe uncertain environment, right? Because game is more certain environment with a limited or definite you know, tasks, right, or actions, you know. But I think in the real world we have very much, you know, diverse nuances or different actions and states that actually need to be understood by the computers. Another you know, breakthrough in AI, I think like just maybe last 1 or 2 years, there's also a breakthrough in the biology that try to predict the, you know, 3D protein structure from its amino acids, right? So that actually being considered as one of the hardest problem in biology. And then, you know, the reason why it's important, because if we can actually predict the 3D protein structure, I think it's actually opens some kind of more opportunities to do the drug discovery, and even you know, for even the construction of the vaccine itself, right? So I think it's important that actually AI or machine learning can help the researchers that you know, as a digital twin, basically. So those can help them to do the next work with the help of the model that can predict the 3D protein structure. And okay, so you know, as I mentioned, you know, in order to make the machine learning system to be successful, I think data is really, you know, very important enabler. And then not only in terms of the numbers, but also in terms of the quality, right? So I think in the enterprise-wide perspective, we need to have several cares of the data, you know, ranging from, you know, how to make sure that the data is always available, is always accessible, and then auditable, and also the consistent, secured, and also with the very high quality. And it actually involves, you know, the collaboration or the involvement of people, technology, and also appropriate process to make sure that the data are ready, you know, to be processed by AI or machine learning. I think it's hard to get started, you know, to make the use of the machine learning in you know, in a wider perspective if we don't have a good quality and also a large amount or volume of the data in the first place. And talking about the machine learning in production now, this is probably, you know, one of the difference if we you know, work with machine learning in the lab experiment perspective and how we work on machine learning in the production environment. I think and also based on my past experience and up to now, when we're talking about the machine learning modeling experiments, and then, you know, dividing the data into, let's say, training data and then validation data, and do some kind of, you know, evaluation, right? I think it's probably only you know, contribute to 10 to 50% of work, or 10 to 50% of codes that need to be implemented in the system. You know, I think based on one of the paper here, Hidden Technical Debt in Machine Learning Systems from NeurIPS 2015, there are many aspects that we need to implement or need to establish, so that, you know, we can really run machine learning as a system, right? So that it can run smoothly and with you know, secured, and also with you know, with high accountability, where the performance is always can be tracked and can be improved, and do the retraining if needed. For example, if we actually don't capture some kind of the edge cases than before. And I think it needs a proper infrastructure, maybe using cloud, and then need monitoring tools appropriately, and metadata management, and so on and so forth. It's actually kind of a huge system to build the machine learning can run in the enterprise production. And I think one of the my personal opinion here is I think this is like a strong requirement to have the what we call it like machine learning ops here, ML ops, from the development cycle and then operational cycle, in order to make the machine learning can be successfully applied to solve particular problems here. And I think in the pragmatical context, we should always start with the proper use cases, and if possible, pick the use cases that actually simpler, low effort but with high value. Basically, start with that, and then after that, we actually need to define what skills that are needed in it actually to run the use cases. And of course, we need the data, we need the proper technology, as well as we need the organizations. And in terms of the technology and the system, also it's actually being reflected in the ML Ops framework here. And we always start with what's KPI, what the business KPI that we want to enhance or we want to deliver. And after that, we actually think in the top-down manners and to break down what actually needed to achieve that, business KPI, for example. So what kind of data wrangling or data acquisition, discovery, and model validation that actually appropriate. And then after the development cycle finish, in the operational cycle, we also need to have like robust or good model governance, so it actually can track the prediction outcome, and then also the result, and more importantly, how to quickly identify or notice if there's like a performance decay, right? So we don't assume that in machine learning actually already perform perfectly in the first place. We assume in a certain of time or certain type of cases, it actually can perform worse, basically, and then we need to identify it quickly and then do some kind of retraining and so on and so forth. And this is kind of like probably the demographic skills that are needed for running machine learning in productions. At least there are 6 roles, from data scientist, machine learning engineer, data analyst, software engineer for machine learning, machine learning researcher, and also, software engineer, but more like in the infrastructure context. I think we need all of them, to make sure that we can make a machine learning system to be effective in the production. Okay, this is actually the last part of my talk. I probably will share with you some of the use cases in the context of BRI. AI in BRI, we used to call it as a brain here, that actually focusing on 2 aspects. First, risk management, and then secondly, for the customer experience with the help of AI. So I think, financial service or industry, and alongside with the telco or high-tech industry is some of the sectors that actually adopts AI that actually in the leading state compared to the other industry, due to their nature that actually collecting data in the first place and digitizing that compared to the other let's say domains. And this actually make the AI adoption or machine learning adoption to be more feasible and compared to the other industries. So why bank needs AI? So probably there are 3 aspects that we would like to emphasize and make it better. Firstly, is actually about boosting revenues through increased personalization, and also to make the operation to be having lower costs than before, with some kind of automation in place, and also if possible also to uncover new or provision and unrealized opportunities that actually not not visible in before we actually applied artificial intelligence. And I think in the bank perspective, we also have like kind of 3 layers of the business, back office, middle office, and then front office. And I think all of them actually needs AI in a certain kind of forms and use cases that actually try to support those 3 business layers. And as we can see here, there are several examples of the use cases. For example, call center agent matching, robo advisory, churn prediction, personal finance management, credit underwriting, and also EQIC, to do the verifications and also anti-money laundering. And I think, from McKinsey, we can see there's like projections that, AI can impact up to $1 trillion as potential annual value, to contribute to the banking industry. And, as in BRI, I think we go towards the hybrid bank, where we actually try to combine our digital capabilities and also with the network distributions presence with some human networks, and as also our physical networks, right? And AI is being our central intelligence services that actually try to provide any kind of solution for our digital platforms, as well as our network platform, basically. And I think I should highlight that we have to kind of users that leverage the digital or IT here. So first is that directly goes to the end user or the retail customers, and then secondly, we need to serve the our relation manager, account officer, or our sales staff, and all those actually need to be augmented with AI so that we can offer more intelligent and even more personalized services to them. Okay, so in BRI, we actually focusing on 4 distinct capabilities, but I think those capabilities also still try to support the risk management and also the customer engagement. So the capabilities here is actually, first is the credit underwriting. It's all about how to make scoring models for measuring the credit worthiness of the customers, so that they can be eligible for a certain loan products, and even maybe get suppletion or can be offered with other products types, and as well as how to make sure that we can avoid or maybe mitigate the customers that actually going to be default customers, right? Or the NPL, the non-performing loan. And we also focus on the customer profiling aspect, where we try to increase the acquisition growth, basically, of the customers, and also to decrease the retention as well, with the help of some machine learning models there. And it also, from the merchant and wholesale assessment, is actually for basically to acquire our agent or maybe our partners that actually can can be more productive and make the partnership between the bank and also with other merchants to be going more smoothly. And lastly is on the fraud analytics. Basically, I think it's everybody problems, especially working in the financial industry, how to make a fraud analytics system that is always robust and then can capture all the anomalies quickly and then accurately. Yes, I think for the credit underwriting area here, this is the example where we applied the machine learning models for application scoring in one of our digital lending platforms called Cheria. So basically that credit scoring model is aimed to keep the stability of a non-performing loan in the digital lending platform, and also in the same time it try to increase the outstanding by make sure that the customers onboarded in the application is the productive customers with the high frequency of transaction and also per case, for example. And for the fraud analytics, we actually have several models here being implemented in several e-channels, ranging from the ATM and also in some several mobile applications that actually try to detect all the anomalies from, let's say, the user login activity and also the transactions, and make sure that we can also reduce the financial risk, right? So try to mitigate the fraudulent activities as much as possible with the help of several machine learning models in place in those e-channels. And this is also an interesting use case that we always try to improve.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have another 5 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Pareza, for the reminders. Another use case, it's maybe you've already heard about our Brilling agent, or in bahasa Indonesia agen laku pandai, that actually also becoming like our extension of the branch offices that actually try to serve customers that actually maybe hard to access the branch office before. So I think also it's important to have the system or recommender system in specifically for the relation managers or account officers, in providing them as lead management system to acquire high quality and highly productive billing agents, for example, so that those that being acquired is always active, and then always brings more values based on the historical data that we have as BRI customers, so they can actually run the business better in the futures. And another use case is about debtor recommendation here. So it's basically also still related to the recommender system for our account officers, basically in the micro segments, in order to provide potential products, especially the loan products here, to be offered to the existing customers here. So for example, maybe some customers that actually either the individual or business customers actually suitable for the Kupedes product, for example, or Briguna products, and also maybe for the Kredit Usaha Rakyat products. Yeah, I think this is actually like some of the specific products that we actually try to offer here. But basically, we actually expect, with the help of the machine learning models here, we can offer the products through our relation managers that is actually suitable or more personalized to our end customers. And I think lastly, we also have the customer service chatbot that actually try to help our customer service agent, basically in order to serve the customers with more, maybe common information here or common services that actually, being asked frequently. And then I think it would be time consuming if it actually always served by our human agent here, right? So I think the chatbot actually, contribute to make the the engagement with the customers through the chatting platform, particularly to be more efficient than before. So this is my last message in this keynote presentation. So basically, we need to move from the mobile first to the AI first in this particular situation, especially in banking industry, so that we can progress towards better speed of innovations, better personalizations, and even also integration with some kind of omni-channel platforms, and of course to increase the profitability. So I think with AI of the BRI here, we can actually offer reimagination of the customer engagement that maybe with the just a standard mobile application, probably it only can serve you with some kind of basic, like what we used to do in the ATM, right? Like from transfer, payment, e-wallet, e-money, so on and so forth. But with the help of AI, we can make the user interaction and experience to be more intelligent. Let's say with the seamless integration with non-banking apps, and I think maybe in the future, like your smartwatch can be also like another front end, to access the banking service, for example, and where we can use the facial recognition, more accurate facial recognition to have a frictionless payment, analytics with the next best offer, stuff like that. So we can actually serve the customers better. That now in these days, there are so many beyond banking, spaces, right? So I think bank would be like more like position to be more embedded finance of any kind of beyond banking ecosystems that actually accessed by many customers here from the e-commerce, healthcare, travel agencies, stuff like that. So we hope that with the AI first, perspective here, we can actually reimagine how we can serve the customers and how to offer, much stronger risk management. I think that's my talk for today. Thank you for the opportunities. And good morning.
Thank you for Muhammad Icvee. It's very interesting topic. Now we come to the question and answer session, but because the time is limited, I will give you only 2 questions. Please raise your hand or unmute yourself, or we can help you unmute for you. So the first question.
I think I noticed Bu Pradini raising
yes.
hand.
Yes, Bu Pradini. The time is yours, Bu Pradini.
Thank you very much. My name is Dini. Thank you for your outstanding presentation, Dr. Icvee. These days, despite of the enormous growth in banking and financial services that can be applied and we can also use, however, there will be some issues, as you mentioned before, that we need to take into concern about the trustworthiness of the service. So with the issues of data breach that our country is facing currently, as someone who are very familiar with the technology behind the screen, what would you suggest for us, simply as a customer or probably the future startup developers of financial technology services? What are the key points that we need to take into account? And for example, if you are using some kind of financial tech, fintech applications, what kind of services that you might never want to give, or information you might not want to give to the services, and how we can take notice for that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Nini. I think Bu Nini actually raised very important, issues or topics here regarding the, let's say, data privacy, security, and also governance as well. That I think that's in fact could be one of the blocker. Actually, we try to increase the power of AI into the next level, basically with this kind of issue. I think firstly, yes, we need to have, I think new standard as well, or also the regulation, and with the help also with the proper technology. My point here, yes, in terms of, there's a gap between what the AI or the emerging technology offer in terms of the, going to the business direction. And I think regulation is somewhat left behind, to catch up with the, the speed of the innovation in the business side. And I think first we need to really, and especially in Indonesia, we need to have, let's say, a proper regulatory frameworks, and also, let's say, the more secure system that actually we have need to have a full control, right? Which information, and then that can be shared to the third parties or even to other customers, and then what actually could not be shared, and then and how also the data integration happens, and the communication as well between one system to another system need to be highly regulated. But maybe the point here is not just the usual regulation that we knew before, and basically I think the regulation aspect also need to be reimagined as well, with maybe with the involvement of better technology that actually try to govern the data much better, and also even govern the AI model as well, right? So I think we need to work together, from the industry and even from the academia and from the government, how to make the data and AI technology governance much better than before. And I think that could be the enabler, very important enabler to have the robust, strong regulatory framework and then governance framework need to be applied to the data and AI, so that we can leverage the full potential of AI services in the future. I hope it's answer your question, Budini.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Are you happy with the answer, Bu Pradini? Okay, I think we have another. Do we have another question? If there isn't, probably I will be raising the question myself, because this is, for me, artificial intelligence is really intriguing as well as scary.
Yeah.
Does the developer, or does the people that develop artificial intelligence already think that the AI has an emergency brakes? Because I might have watched too many movies, but from the movie, the technology itself become reality.
Yeah.
So from there, for example, I was looking for an office desk in a e-commerce platform, but suddenly I opened my social media, let's say Facebook. Suddenly there is a ads saying that I need an office desk, but I only search only once.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm browsing for the price and etc. To me, that is really scary, because I didn't know that the platform already record what I needed and deliberately sending that this is what you need. As you said before, maybe the platform knows better than me, but to me, that is kind of scary. How about the question, Mr. Icvee?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Reza. I think this is also very interesting and important points. And I think in the early stage of AI research and also development, yeah, I must say that as a developer or researcher, we didn't really pay much attention in that aspect. Let's say in the ethics and also with the risk management, and with the kind of the societal impacts, right? And then what AI or machine learning technology can have, like the side effects. So I think we actually just focus on more like in the business perspective, or even like maybe like a very limited metrics, I would say, in terms of the technical metrics like accuracy, precision recall, stuff like that. I think we were lacking of other aspects or other concerns that need to be involved in the kind of machine learning AI model development. I think at these days the trend, I would say, I think it's going more positively towards how to make the AI more trustworthy, more transparent, more responsible, and also how to reduce bias, right? So, bias, and also this is also like a big issue in terms of the ethic here. And maybe the key is really we should not only consider a very limited metrics when we actually try to develop a machine learning system. I think maybe accuracy, stuff like that, is not enough, in order to make sure that this model is really robust, and then also don't have any significant side effect, right? And also in terms of the model validation and evaluation, I think we also need to get some of the basically from the ethical, or maybe from the even outside IT, or even AI techniques, to be involved in the team, for example, so that they can get involved in the validation of the evaluation of the model, even is like more more qualitative feedback. But I think it could be useful for us, as a developer or the engineer, so that we can mitigate the risks better than before. And I think it's involve the people and process and technology in order to make sure that the AI technology more responsible and more trustworthy.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Mr. Gifari. Okay, I think that is for the Q&A question with Muhammad Gifari, PhD. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Mr. Muhammad Gifari, for the answers.
Thank you, Pareza, and all the audiences. It's really an honor to be here.
You're welcome. And with that, today's morning session is concluded. Thank you again to our keynote speakers for the knowledge that has been shared with us. Also, thank you for the audience that has been giving notable feedback. Now I will return the conference back to today's Master of Ceremony. I'm giving good afternoon. Pak Yuli, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reza Rahmadian. And also, thank you to all the keynote speakers for the enlightenment from each speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give virtual applause to our keynote speakers. Now, to appreciate the keynote speakers and selected paper that have given us such important knowledge, Icvee will hand certificate of appreciation. First, for the first keynote speaker, Professor Nobuo Funabiki from the Department of Electrical and Communication Engineering, Okayama University, Japan. Thank you very much for Prof. Nobuo Funabiki. Please give applause to him. Next, for the second keynote speakers, Professor Subir Kumar Sarkar from the Department of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineering, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. Give applause to Professor Subir Kumar. And the third that just delivered his presentation, Mr. Muhammad Gifari, PhD. Thank you very much, and please plaudit to Muhammad Gifari, PhD, Vice President of Digital Banking Division, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia. And last but not least, we would like to announce the best presenter. And it goes to paper number 595, entitled Investigation of Detection Accuracy Improvements for Fingerprint-Based Indoor Localization System using IEEE 802.15.4 with authors Pradini Puspitaning Ayu and team. Congratulations. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for the keynote speakers and congratulations for the best paper. And now we move to the third agenda, we will have the parallel session. But before that, for all participants, please rename your Zoom's name by format ID paper underscore author's name underscore room number. For instance, 642 underscore Yuli Sutoto Nugroho underscore room 2. And for participants non-author, please rename by format participants underscore full name. And right after this, you can directly enter the breakout room regarding the parallel session schedule that has given by the committee. And for participants non-author, there will be 5 breakout rooms. Please just join one of them. Okay, once again, for all of you, please join in breakout room by clicking breakout rooms navigation on your screen. Or if you have any troubles, please inform in the chat box so that the operator will assist you to the related room. Okay, thank you very much from me, and the moderators from each room has waiting for you in the parallel session room. Good afternoon.
Mr. Yuli Sutoto, can hear?
Yes.
Maybe you can start with session 2.
Okay. Wait a moment.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again, good afternoon and welcome back to the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering, Icvee 2021. And now we're going to the next agenda. It is plenary session 2 with 2 keynote speakers. Those are Dr. Taufik Azhari and also Professor Manuel Graudim. And I would like to call the moderator of this plenary session, Mr. Reza. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Pak Yuli.
Okay, so let's to Mr. Reza. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Yuli. Welcome back, participants from the parallel session. Hope you're enjoying your time there. Now we will start the afternoon session, which we will have our distinguished keynote speaker. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the afternoon session, I would like to remind you to all put your audio into mute to avoid any disturbance, and please turn on the camera, especially when you're asking a question. And please remain in this room during presentation. Thank you. For the afternoon session, we will have Dr. Agustian Taufik Azhari from Birmingham City University. Good morning, Dr. Taufik. Oh, I'm sorry, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Taufik. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a morning here, so yeah, good afternoon.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We have different time there. Okay. The next one for the afternoon session, we will have Professor Manuel Gradim de Oliveira Gericota from Polytechnic Institute of Porto, Portugal. Good afternoon here, Professor Manuel. Yeah, probably he's not here yet. We better start our first presentation. Before we begin the presentation, allow me to briefly introduce our first speaker for this afternoon session. After receiving Bachelor in Engineering first class honors on Electrical and Electronic Engineering from Nanyang Technological University, he continued to pursue his study at the University of Cambridge, UK, majoring in Information Engineering, where he received his PhD in 2012. Before joining Birmingham City University as an associate professor, he had a long career in information technology and computing research area, including Cranfield University's School of Defense and Security, Coventry University's UK, National Chiao Tung University, Taiwan, University of Stuttgart, Germany, and Institute for Infocom Research, Singapore. His research interests are in the broad area of information theory and its multidisciplinary application and multidisciplinary application. And he is currently the academic lead for the multi-million-pound 5G connected forest project funded by the UK DCMS. He also received notable research achievements such as a Standing Review Award from Elsevier's Ad Hoc Network Journal in 2018, Samsung Global Research Outreach Award in 2017, IEEE EURE-SIP, EURE-SIIP Best Paper Award at the 11th IEEE ISWCS 2014 Barcelona, Spain, National Science Council of Taiwan starting grant in 2013, and Cambridge Trust Joseph Jamil Scholarship for his doctoral study, and many more that I cannot be listed here. So without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Agustian Taufik Ashari. The time is yours, Taufik.
Okay, thank you, Pak Reza, and thank you, committee, for inviting me. So I will share my screen in a second. Okay, so I hope my voice is audible and my screen is visible.
The voice is loud and clear and visible.
Okay, so let me just. Okay, let me just exit this. Seems to give a different one. Okay, so this looks fine now. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. It's my pleasure. Okay, so today I'm going to share maybe a little bit of my research around the domain of communication network. However, I kind of extending my interest to the area of artificial intelligence and how these two domains are converging, especially when we talk about next generation's communications also. Okay, so thank you first for the moderator for introducing me. So my name is Taufik Ashari. I'm currently associate professor in networks and communications at Birmingham City University. At the same time, I'm leading a research cluster in our university. So there is a cluster on future information networks. So we do a lot of activities around how the future networks can help shape the development of digital society. So we are not just focusing on the technology itself, but how the technologies make an impact to the society. Right, so this is actually a little bit background of myself. While at the Birmingham City University, I'm also visiting other institutions, being a visiting academic or a professor. So I still maintain some links with the Cranfield Defense and Security, which is associated with the Defense Academy of the UK. I'm also visiting the Cybersecurity Lab at the University of London, and I'm also visiting lecturer at the Coventry University Center for Data Science. I received PhD in information engineering, so my background is a little bit, I would say, a little bit not typical, because I came from electrical engineering, and then for some reasons, because I'm not so good with the hardware or a big equipment in electrical engineering, I specialize on the soft side of the electrical engineering, which is on the information and communication technology. And then upon my PhD, I decided to change the directions from pure electrical engineering to information engineering. So I will classify myself as a world citizen, because I've been working across different countries for more than 10 years. So I work in the UK currently for the past 7 years or so. And before that, I was in Taiwan for about 2 years, and then I was in Germany for about half a year, and I was in Singapore for I forgot, 6-7 years, including my first degree. So so I would say that I spend half of my time actually being outside of my country. Okay, so I currently lead the again, research cluster on future information network. We focus on how we can apply different areas of information theory to understand how the future networks can be designed and how we can improve the information processing, how we can process informations with certain optimized metrics such as low latency, saving the power, and so on and so forth. Okay, so just a little bit overview on our university. So we are located in Birmingham. So Birmingham is the second largest city in the UK. If you watch football, I think one of the biggest club in Birmingham is Aston Villa. So Aston is actually a small area just outside of the city center. It's quite a big city, I would say. We are currently in front of our campus. We are building like a high-speed train station, which will connect us to London in less than 1 hour. So hopefully when that is done, it will be quite convenient to travel between London and Birmingham. So one area that we are developing as the university is the initiative on future networks, including 5G and beyond. So we are setting up a lab or center where we advance the applications development around 5G area and see how this application can be shaped, leveraging the power of 5G. We are working closely with the WM5G, so this is West Midland Combined Authority initiative on 5G. At the same time, we're also working with the other industrial partners such as Ericsson, Nokia, and other small operators. We are currently in the process of building a 5G private network in our university. So we'll try to see how these private networks can help us in achieving some of the targets in our research domain. At the same time, I'm currently leading like a project as a principal investigator, 5G connected forest project from the academic point of view. So this project received quite a lot of funding from the UK government. So in total, the cost of the project is about £10 million. Part of the ambition with the project is to have the world first forest 5G connected forest. So we are currently in the middle of that project, and in the next perhaps couple of weeks we are going to have demonstrations of several use cases to the UK ministry in the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. Okay, so in general, this is my research domain. So I came from the information theory background, and then I focus more on the data processing and communications. And if we talk about the current technology, we apply those a lot to the cyber physical system, especially, and also how the cyber physical system are empowered by the computational intelligence. So I apply this research across different domains, ranging from environmental management, intelligent transportation, cybersecurity, renewable energy, disaster management, healthcare, Internet of Nano Things. So all of this will have like different impacts that we envision the research to deliver. At the same time, throughout my engagement with this applied research, I was able to sort of like extract what kind of fundamental questions that we can try to solve using information theory. Okay, so I'm grateful to all the funding supports and collaborations. So that's actually includes UNESA, because one of my current PhD is from UNESA. So this is very fruitful collaborations by working with people across different countries and different domains. Okay, so it is a couple of coverage on what we are working at the moment. So we did collaborate with Samsung since 2017. At the moment, we have this engagement with the Connected Forest project, which is our current primary focus. Starting last month, we are also working on a British Council-funded projects on utilizing artificial intelligence to understand the bioenergy potential in a forest in Sulawesi, in Indonesia. So we are working closely with the Universitas Negeri Gorontalo and also University of Tokyo to deliver the project. Okay, so today's talk, we are going to talk primarily driven by information theory, but we are going to expand this theory to the application in wireless communications, Internet of Things, and computational intelligence. So if we talk about the motivations of information theory, I think it would be safe to say that information theory is the primary driver for the digital communications. And we have seen the digital communications have evolved over past decades or so. If we see the first generations of cellular networks, those networks are primarily based on analog communications. So we are focusing more on the voice as a service here. And then when we move on from 1G to 2G, we start seeing a diversity in applications such as text messaging become introduced within these generations. And then when we move on from 2G to 3G, we start seeing the internet or data communications being introduced to the networks. 4G, currently we are at this stage. I think most of us having these 4G services. So 4G deliver this broadband capability at a mobile level at a much expanded level compared to 3G. If we talk about 5G, then we will see more and more sort of like applications around that enhanced mobile broadband. But at the same time, we also consider provisions of different autonomous systems such as smart cars, such as auto connected systems, and so on and so forth. So we'll see more and more such devices are being connected to network, and they will deliver services that will hopefully improve the society well-being. Okay, so if we try to map the trend from those evolutions and we link that to the society and objects surrounding environments, we can actually divide the entities, the primary entities in the connected world into 4. So the first one, obviously, people, us. We communicate, we exchange the informations, we try to understand from each other, we try to get informations, updates from one another. We got now things which manifest itself into sensing devices, actuating devices, devices that can capture the data straight away from the environment back to the central processing brain, devices that also communicate to people to some extent without people having to initiate communication. And then we have the data, which is basically linking between people and things. So this data is actually a big boon on what we are trying to do in this connected world. Without data, then there is no point for communication because it is just all being understood by different parties. And then at the end of the day, all this interconnectivity, we hope that we will be able to improve process. So the provisions of the data, how the data can be analyzed, how the data can be processed, if you apply it to different circumstances ranging from manufacturing, maybe to the education sector, to the governments, for example. So different types of data, if we play with those data carefully, we can improve the process that we are trying to establish in those different sectors. So we can actually capture different challenges with this connectivity that is growing from people and things, from big data being generated by things, and from those interconnectivity that can impact process. So at least from IEEE, we can identify at least 4 major challenges. So one is on the reliable massive connectivity, because more and more nodes are being connected. Second is how we design analysis, intelligent analysis and actions based on the data being generated, being exchanged and communicated. And then we have the security provisions, because with more nodes are being connected, the risk of data breach and the risk of exposure to the network is increasing. And obviously the last one will be on the compatibility, because we have the evolutions of cellular networks from one generation to another. How does that evolution translate into compatibility and also longevity of the technology? Okay, so this is part of the reasons that put pressure on the current network challenges. So this is the data from Ericsson's, where we see projections of data increases generated by smartphones, by PCs, by tablets, routers. So we can see that the data grow quite exponentially compared to the voice communication. So voice communications will grow more or less linearly, whereas the data grows exponentially. So this means that the current technology, the current infrastructure, such as the cellular networks and also the frequency allocations, will have a high pressure in terms of serving those data being generated, and this will ever be increasing in the next decade or so, because we will see more and more things are being connected to the network. Okay, so so the things that we expect to see in about 2022 is 18.1 billion wirelessly connected machines. So this is much more than perhaps humans that will use the service to communicate. So we are not just competing with among ourselves, but also with the things that are connected in the background that may not be directly as visible as human. Okay, okay, so that is more about the motivations. Now, I'm before going further in understanding a bit more on the applications, I'm going to revisit back on the theoretical side to try to understand how the information theory tells us about the fundamental principles in data communications and processing. So information theory is a theory that allows us to measure information, because otherwise information is a very abstract concept. So what is information? Is it something coming from the news? Is it something coming from a radio station? Is it coming from television? Or is it coming from any human being? Is it anything coming from machines, for example? So information theory is trying to create abstractions of those abstract concepts and providing foundations in order to be able to measure or quantify that information. So we can express the information in terms, for example, units such as bits or byte or kilobits, megabytes, and so on and so forth. So information theory has been there quite a while. From 1948, it was proposed by Claude Shannon. It impacts the development on the digital communications as well as the linkage with the development of transistor. Okay, so in information theory, we are not analyzing one specific technology. Rather, we are analyzing the abstractions of this technology. So we don't really care about what kind of technology we are using, but what we care is the functionalities of this technology. So how can we capture the functionality of the transmitter? How we can capture the functionality of the channel? How we can capture the functionality of the receiver? In fact, if we refer back to the quote by Shannon, the fundamental problem of communication is that of reproducing at one point either exactly or approximately a message selected at another point. Okay, so this is technology agnostic. So any communication is aiming to reproduce a message. Okay, so even like when we talk with the other people, we are actually doing communications. However, we are trying to extend this communication not just within a narrow space, but also covering a large distance. So in information theory, there are two categories. One is on the theory of data compression. So this is how we can compress as much data as possible, perhaps prior to the exchange of information, so we can save the effort to deliver that message. The second one is the theory of digital transmission, in which we try to understand what will be the limit of data rate for reliable transmission. So information theory attempts to provide the benchmark or the foundations, and that will motivate the development of techniques to communicate reliably and securely. So not only reliable, but also secure over the challenge is fluctuating unreliable mediums. So that is achieved through, let's say, analysis of fundamental capacity limits, network architecture, and also the error correction codes. Okay, so again, in information theory, we kind of doing like a technology agnostic research. So when we do kind of analysis, we try to abstract the functionality of the terminals, the channel characteristics, the information carriers. So that's why one of the understanding in one domain, we can apply in another domain. Yeah. And usually, because of that, this implies automatically the cross-layer perspective on the communication networking technology. Okay, so one of the important theory within the information theory itself is what we call as the Shannon theory. So Shannon theory established the fundamental capacity limit. So for the participants who are familiar with the wireless and communications, I think they are quite familiar with the Shannon expression, which is log 1 plus SNR. So in general, the Shannon theory itself is provided as the equations of this mutual information. And this mutual information is optimized over the input probability distribution. Okay, and what the Shannon channel capacity said is that reliable communications is only possible if the rate we are transmitting from the transmitter is below the channel capacity. Okay. Okay, maybe this is a bit abstract, but let me illustrate the concept of the capacity using the pipe analogy. Okay, so you know, like if we operate with water pipe, we are sending water from one side of the pipe to another side of the pipe. Okay, when we send the water slowly to the pipe, the water will flow smoothly without any issue. So any water in will be out at certain times in the future. Yeah. Now, supposedly we increase the volume and the speed in which we pump the water inside the pipe. As we increase the volume and speed, we start seeing the pipe to lose the capability to hold the water, right? And at some point, the water will not simply be able to put inside the pipe. So there will be some kind of eruptions of the water from one side of the pipe. So when we reach that point, just before the water eruption, that is where we call it, we reach the capacity. So we reach the capacity of the pipe in this case. So channel capacity in this context is similar in the sense that the capacity itself refers to the capacity of the channel. So we can think the channel as a pipe in this case. Okay, so that is the important thing about channel capacity. So it's behaving kind of pipe. So what we try to do is we try to maximize the rate in which we pump the water, but yet it does not reach to the situation where the water will just simply erupt from the pipe. Okay, so I'm not going to discuss the detail because that will actually be one module in a semester. Okay, so I'm just going to move on to the next topic, which is more on the wireless communication applications of those information and communication theoretic tools and development. So if you look at the wireless communication, the visions of next generation network is to have super connectivity. So that will translate into the requirement on the improving user data rate, spectrum efficiency, increasing mobility, reducing the latency to up to 1 millisecond, and then density. So we are trying to serve as more devices as possible in a given area through innovation in antenna research, through innovations in cellular network design. And then also we try to improve the energy efficiency, because it's linked to the sustainability and also the traffic capacity. Okay, so there are a lot of technology that have been kind of proposed in the literature. We can see a technology ranging from millimeter wave system, cellular IoT, device-to-device communications, advanced network, MIMO, advanced MIMO. So in a second, I will show you like part of the work that I'm doing on MIMO, and also the small cells development. Okay, so increasing network capacity is key for 5G and beyond, 5G and 6G beyond. And if we come back to the Shannon capacity expression, we can identify areas where we can help improve the capacity. So we can kind of decompose the Shannon capacity expression into different parameters. So one is the access points, the second one is on the bandwidth, the third one is on the antennas, and the parameter inside the logarithm is on the signal to interference and noise ratio. So if we increase any of this, we'll be able to increase the capacity. So for example, like advance in signal processing can help us in improving signal to inference noise ratio through the interference suppression. Advance in antennas, we can improve the antenna contributions to the capacity. Expanding the bandwidth, like the considerations of millimeter wave, can improve the capacity as well. And increasing the access points will also increase the capacity. So this is kind of a design that we use in 5G, where we have like small cells, and we need like repetitions of base stations much more frequently compared to the previous network generation. Okay, so Massive MIMO is part of the work that I have been doing in the past. So part of the idea of the Massive MIMO is the ability to create a very narrow beamwidth. So we can create like very narrow beamwidth, which we can target individual devices covering narrow area. So with that narrow beamwidth, we will be able to serve more and more devices simultaneously. Okay. Now, there are a lot of problems associated with this. For example, the mobility issues, because mobility creates fluctuation in channels. The quicker the mobility is, the more difficult we can try to estimate the channel. And then how these physical layer solutions could interplay with higher layers. So for 5G, the Massive MIMO visions will try to have base station antennas in the range of 100 to 1000, and those antennas will help serve devices simultaneously from 16 to 64. And this is one of the challenges, as I mentioned before, is the mobility. So massive antenna will create issues on estimating the channel, because every channel from every pair of the antenna, transmit and receive antenna, will need to be estimated. And because of that, the growing number of antenna would mean that more and more channels need to be estimated, which is kind of resource consuming in the wireless world. Okay. So with this estimation capability, it can help us to transmit when the channel is good, and also switch off when the channel is very bad. So that actually translates to innovative solutions such as power control or adaptive transmission. Part of the work that we have been contributing in our research team is to unlock what we call as the superimposed pilot. So imposed pilot is a way we estimate the channel, not explicitly estimating the channel before the communications, but we are estimating the channel alongside with the data communication. So in this case, the requirement or the resources we are putting for channel estimation can be minimized as much as we can. And we can see the potential of that superimposed pilot, particularly at high mobility speeds. So that will be quite relevant in the context of development of high-speed train and so on and so forth. Okay, there are other couple of works which I did. I'm not going to discuss the details. I've been working across protocols, multiple access area. So if any of you are interested, you're welcome to see some of my work here. Next, I'm going to move on from the theory, maybe more foundations, a bit more to the application. So we apply to the context of the environmental management, which we primarily contribute to the current 5G coordinated forest project. So in this particular project, we are trying to see how we can perform remote sensing and analytics over multi-hop networks. However, we are trying to do it in real time. So we are not relying like a drone or a robot to capture those data and store it on an SD card and take the SD card out of the collections, but we are doing the monitoring on the fly, which means that whenever the data being captured at a given time instance, those data will be streamed back to the ground stations through these multi-hop networks. Obviously, when we try to develop to deploy 5G in this context, we have a lot of challenges, especially the area we are operating with is a rural area. A rural area, the connectivity is not great, the exit connectivity is not great, and also the 5G will have a challenge in terms of the cell size. So if we have to cover a large area, then we need to have a lot of 5G cells, which means money. we need money to invest in creating this small cell 5G. So in this case, instead of relying solely on 5G, we try to combine different communication technologies such as Wi-Fi and also existing cellular networks, 4G and so on and so forth, and how these existing communication technologies can collaborate with 5G to deliver content from the field. Okay, so the context here to deliver those services over multi-hop networks, and we try to demonstrate the usability of this network for the search and rescue mission for mission critical application. Okay, so what we are doing here is we are not just focusing on the communication technology itself, but also on the intelligence, because we are trying to take some action. So this is the illustrations, what we try to do in our project. So we try to stream a video that capture the forest emergency, such as fires, and using the real-time streaming, we try to detect the events on the fly with a very low latency. Okay, so this is actually a video footages for that streaming platform. We try to optimize the latency. We try to optimize the power distributions, which we need to compute both at the edge devices and also at the cloud. Yeah. So a lot of considerations are being placed in order to optimize all these parameters. Okay. Okay, the other 5G use case is not done by us, but it's done in China, I think. It's on operating a remote control across 5G network. And that remote control is used for performing surgery on animal in China. So this use case relates the control of robotic arm. The distance, I think, is about 30 miles here, 30 miles away. So the doctor is located 30 miles away from the robots to perform the surgery. And from the doctor perspective, it's kind of they are playing game, right? Playing with virtualizations on the robot and the functionality and how they cut a certain body area of the animal. However, in a distance away from the doctor location, there is actually a robot which can be remotely controlled using 5G, and with low latency, that control can accomplish successful surgery to the animal. Obviously, there are a lot of ethical issues around this, because there will be question like, for example, if suddenly the electricity is cut off or network stop working, or the network does not deliver the appropriate latency, what's going to happen? So that's why like a lot of these reluctance, of a lot of these thoughts are actually how we can convince people that this technology is safe, how we can make sure that the techniques we develop will save in order to support the impact to the society. Okay, so the next application is on the IoT connectivity. Obviously, in the IoT, we see a lot of small devices, even micro devices that are connected, and they are capable of gathering the data at a larger scale, as long as we are putting also massive machines to capture those data. The problem we mainly face for the IoT is the low power, and also the distance covering distance is not large by a single device. The ability to guarantee ultra reliable communications and also low latency. One of the projects that I was working in the past is working with Indonesian stakeholders on the integrated IoT disaster monitoring and recovery systems. So we are sponsored by EPSRC and GCRF. We try to test how we can introduce communication protocols that combine advanced in physical layers such as MIMO and coded random access in order to minimize the delay taken to deliver some of this data from the field to the ground station. Okay. So that project is completed now. We are currently expanding and identifying further opportunities to further test the protocols, how we can serve massive number of monitoring sources to the ground station, how we can reduce the time taken to notify, for the government to notify the occurrence of a disaster at a given time. Because if you look at the disaster, the difference in 1 or 2 minutes could make a difference in terms of the numbers of lives that can be saved. So time is very critical. Latency is very critical in this context. Another area that I'm working is on the network security IoT. This was sponsored by Samsung. So we are doing intrusion detection system. We combine the typical networking measurements with the artificial intelligence to help us proactively detect threats from the IoT devices. So we see applications around smart home, around intelligent transportations. And we are currently extending the work to include forecasting. So one of my PhD students recently completed the thesis on cyber forecasting. So I didn't manage to put the details there, but there is an area where we can do cyber forecasting with some of the features we gather from the network. Okay, so this is another area that I've been working in the past. It's on the smart city. We introduced a concept called crowd-associated network. If you think about IoT, one of the problem is the distance coverage. So if we have to, let's say, transmit a certain information across large distance, we'll need like long distance communications capability, which usually translate into higher cost communication device. So in this case, we try to kind of mitigate that issue by introducing voluntary relays. So instead of directly transmitting the information from a sensor that is located in a bin in a household to the ground state to the central stations, we'll try to capture these informations by volunteers which are moving around the region. So if you think about these volunteers, this can be like commuters, for example. So someone who is traveling from work, from home to work on a daily basis, they are able to carry the data, and whenever they encounter a certain immediate relays, they will just pass the data so that the relay can forward those data to the central station. Yeah. So we introduced that concept as the crowd-associated network. So that has been published in a communication magazine in 2017. So if you are interested, you can read that work in details. We incorporate intelligence in terms of capacitated vehicle routing problem, because we see the interactions between communication and also the ability to gather the data from the environment as a requirement that we need to design in terms of delivering those garbages by trucks to the command station. Okay, the last thing that I've been working on is on the molecular communication. So this will be part of the Internet of Nano Things. Our vision is to have a micro-scale robot or nano-scale robot that is biologically friendly and utilize not radio but chemical particles as means for communications. So we can modulate the information into concentrations of the chemical molecules, into the type, into the timing of the molecules being released, and we will see the application across healthcare, across the industrial applications. So in the healthcare, the vision for us is we envision like nano robots that can help in drug delivery, that can help perform microsurgery. So in the future, perhaps we dream. So this is a dream at the moment. We dream that this robot, we simply take like a pill that contains a million of robots, and those robots will be able to perform microsurgery inside our body by exchanging chemical signal. So we developed the prototype. At the moment, prototype is still very huge. The prototype consists of a spray with some kind of controller. So this is still not small, still very huge. But we managed to demonstrate the ability to transmit text messages using this prototype. So one of the problems that we encounter is the bit transposition errors. So we are no longer seeing predominantly bit distortion. Rather, we see the bit transposition, which means that the bit we sent earlier might arrive later at the receiver. So this is one of the big issue in molecular communications. The other issue will be on the rate that is very low. So at the moment, it's only 0.3 bits per second. and we try to improve this rate as much as we can. Okay, so in terms of this molecular communications, obviously the vision is to miniaturize this prototype into a small dimension as possible. Part of the problem is because this is kind of fundamental research at the moment. It's very challenging to obtain this funding from the government or from businesses, because they have yet to see the commercial potential. But we are still working on these fundamentals. Perhaps in the next, I don't know, maybe 50 years or so, that the technology will be mature. We'll start seeing the replica of this technology at the nanoscale, and perhaps that will make an impact to the world. This is actually a very good topic, especially for those who are thinking to do PhD, because obviously there are a lot of areas not being explored. There are a lot of areas which the contributions are pretty much welcome and sought in order to advance this field to the next level. Okay, so part of my work around this area is encapsulated in these papers. There are a couple other publications I did with, but this is kind of, I would say, papers that make impact to the community, as seen by the citation, as seen by follow-up works that are done in this domain. Okay, so with that, I conclude my talk. So thank you for your, for listening to my talk, and happy to take a few questions after this talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Icvee. I'm sorry. Taufik. Now we come into question and answer session. There will be 2, maximum 3 questions if possible. So participant can raise hand, or you can unmute yourself, or we can help you to unmute if you have any question. So is there any question? Are there? This topic actually interests me as well, because this is the first time I let's say didn't read a lot about the communication at the moment. So if there are no questions raised, I will be asked a question myself. Currently, the research of the molecular as a media communication still in the fundamental, I guess, is it?
Yes, it's correct. Yeah.
Is it any? Is there any specific molecule, or just any molecule we do, or is there any let's say the most possible molecule that you research at the moment?
Okay, yeah, so in terms of the molecules, again, we create abstractions of the molecular functionalities, but I do believe there are research groups who are using a certain molecules to accomplish the work. I can share from this prototype. Basically this prototype is very, very cheap. Maybe like even if anyone interested, they can replicate this prototype in their own lab. So this molecule contains of alcohol, which actually in the UK is accessible to purchase in a supermarket or so. And then we have like a spray, and then we have like a controller, which we can make it using Arduino, or we can make it using like low-cost microprocessor. And then the idea is that we can control the release quantity of the spray. So let's say we have tags A to Z, right? A to Z. So we have like we can represent those kind of tags into binary sequence, right? So depending on which binary sequence are released, then the concentrations will be controlled. So maybe higher concentration will represent A, for example, and lower concentration will represent Z, for example. So this is something that we can do. So that is actually one technique of doing this communication, and that is what we call it as the modulations by concentration. The other thing we can do is we can also modulate using molecule types. So which means that we might have like two molecules and two or more molecules, and then we can select molecules depending on the bit sequence, and based upon the sequence of the molecular or chemical particles being received, then we can kind of re-establish the data sequence from that chemical contents. Yeah, so at the moment, as long as you have the sensor that can detect the presence of those chemical molecules, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. So it's, I would say, it's a molecule independent, the fundamental equations area. But I do believe that if I'm not coming from the fluid mechanics or fluid dynamics background, but I'm sure that someone who is doing fluid mechanics, maybe they will be able to tell us more about how the fluid or gas will interact with molecules, and that may have impact in terms of the characterizations of the communication.
Thank you. That's really interesting topic. Are there any questions? We still have a bit more time now.
I just want to add some comments about the molecular communication. May I?
Yes, Arif.
Okay, it's very excited topic. It's very exciting topic about the drug delivery using molecular communication. So basically, if we can modulate the concentration of several molecules in our body, then we can communicate with maybe device embedded in our body, and therefore our body basically used as the channel to communicate with the device. Is that right, the topic?
That is possibility. Yes, that's actually very interesting comment. Yes, indeed. So yes, we can extend that kind of communications not just between the nanorobots we are trying to envision, but also with the native cells or biological units within our body. I think that's a very good comment.
Yeah, I'm thinking about controlling pacemaker that embed in our in patient heart, and we can control the pace itself from outside the body using the channel created by the molecule. Maybe it will be a good research topic in the future.
Yes, I think so. I think this well, I think it's still a long distance away, I would say, because again, one of the challenges is to create this nanorobot that is small and also biologically friendly. So this is actually multidisciplinary challenges, not just us coming from the telecoms or ICT domains, but also those working on the biology, because the nanorobot we think to design is not a typical nanorobot where we have all these electronics and and controllers, but what we want to represent is those electronics can be represented as biologically friendly materials and capabilities. So I think there are some development around biological electronics as well at the same time. I'm not too aware about their development. So again, this challenge span across different disciplines, and the more people getting interested in this, I think the more we can do to unlock the potential of this communication. Certainly. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Taufik.
Thank you, Dr. Taufik. Thank you, Arif. I think that was an interesting discussion. Maybe if someone or Arif needs more information, you two can exchange email and start talking about the possibilities of the research. One again, that will end our Q&A with Dr. Agustian Taufik Asyari. Thank you for the question, and thank you, Dr. Agustian Asyari, for the answers and for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my pleasure, and I wish you all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will continue our plenary. Now we will continue with our last but not least keynote speaker, and allow me to briefly introduce him. He's been a professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering, School of Engineering, Polytechnic Institute of Porto since 1993, where he tutors PhD and master students, especially in the area of digital system design, power electronics, and design and test remote experimentation labs for electronics teaching. He is also teaching at University College of Southeast Norway as visiting professors since 2014. His research topics are included but not limited to design and test of digital system, dynamic allocation of hardware resources in dynamically reconfigurable system, FPGA design and FPGA architects for reconfigurable computing, and also e-learning and remote electronics lab. Following that, he has some mentionable projects such as the participation of the Polytechnic of Porto in European project eLives, also participating in European project Tempus EOS, which they develop an electronic labs that allow students to perform their practicals hands-on lab in analog electronics remotely. He is also involved in project evaluation activities such as invited expert of the European Commission of FP7 or the 7th Framework Program for Research and Technological Development, and also invited evaluator for the Russian Science Foundation since 2011. So without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Manuel Gradin de Oliveira Gedekota. The time is yours, Professor.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. You addressed me to be here with you today. And thank you also for the introduction. It is my honor to present my work to you. I have been an engineering teacher for the last 28 years, mainly in the digital systems design and test areas. A lot happened during those years. The world is in constant change, mainly as a result of the vertiginous technology evolution we experienced during those almost 3 decades. Technology is ubiquitous today. It is everywhere, as the previous speaker told us. And if this accelerated evolution is a challenge for us teachers, it may also be in many aspects an opportunity. The students we have today are very different from those we had 25 years ago. Your difficulties, your ambitions, your motivation change. The world is now your home. You can go anywhere to study, to work. We don't have limitations anymore. We as teachers must constantly adapt to this change in order to captivate students, to open their minds to new horizons, to help them make the most of their talents by using the technology we have available, taking advantage of it to improve both the accessibility and the motivation of our students by offering more flexible courses, more adapted to the cultural and life realities of all those who want to pursue their studies. In this presentation, I will talk about my experience in 2 cases. The first, development and running of a distance learning electronic and optic for embedded systems program aimed at bachelor students living far away from the university and that cannot afford to relocate themselves during their faculty years. And a second master program aimed at mainly working students who have time constraints and therefore cannot take a full-time course at a university, but that fortunately for them live in a developed country that gives them conditions to pursue their studies, their study dreams. A little bit more about me. I was born in Porto, Portugal, on the European west coast, and where I still live, 13,000 kilometers from Surabaya. Fortunately, profiting from the technology, we may be together this morning, or shall I say this afternoon. Porto is a coastal town crossed by a river that separates it in two. It is the second most important town in the country, just behind Lisbon, the Portuguese capital. It was established in Roman times more than 3,000 years ago, but from those times, nothing remains. The old part of the town is mainly medieval. I have been a teacher at Icvee, the School of Engineering of the Polytechnic of Porto, since 1993. The Polytechnic of Porto is the largest public polytechnic institution in the country and the second largest higher education institution in town, only surpassed by the University of Porto. The Polytechnic has several schools, from engineering to education, tourism, and performing arts. The School of Engineering is the largest of the Polytechnic. Our courses cover the main engineering fields. As I said before, I've been a professor and researcher at the Electrical Computer Engineering Department of the School of Engineering. I am also currently an enseignant vacataire at the Faculty of Science and Technology of the University of Limoges in France. And for 5 years, I was a visiting professor at the Faculty of Technology, Natural Sciences, and Maritime Sciences of the University of Southeastern Norway in Kongsberg. I am a senior member of Icvee, member of ACM, member and past chair of the Engineering Alliance, and member of the International Association of Online Engineering. I was the recipient of the 2019 Distinguished Chapter Leadership Award, attributed by the IEEE Education Society as a recognition of my contribution to the society. My research areas of interest are reconfigurable computing, digital hardware design, microelectronics with a focus on design and test and fault tolerance, engineering education. I am a teacher, it's my main occupation, e-learning and remote experimentation labs. I am an invited expert of the European Union and of the Russian Science Foundation, where I do project evaluation, and also of the Portuguese Evaluation and Accreditation of Higher Education Programs Agency, our governmental agency in charge of the accreditation of distance learning courses delivered by higher education institutions in Portugal. I participated in several national and international projects and coordinated the participation of the Polytechnic of Porto in 2 of them, 2 European projects in the area of e-learning and remote experimentation. And the main result of these projects was the development of a course, the L3 EOLIS course, as far as we know, the first accredited online degree course in electronics and optics for embedded systems. This will be the first case I will present today. The L3 EOLIS course was developed by a consortium of 15 universities, 4 from Europe, from France, Portugal, Belgium, and Romania, and 11 from the North African countries of Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria, under a 3-year Tempus project that finished in October 2015. The project was coordinated by the University of Limoges in France. The problem that the project aimed to address was, and in a certain way still is, the rapid growth in the number of students in developing countries. These countries were not prepared for this rapid growth, which left the universities struggling with a lack of resources, forced to handle overcrowded classrooms. Furthermore, being technology today a key factor to support countries' progress, the development of higher education in advanced engineering fields is mandatory. However, this is a field of knowledge that brings increased difficulties, because engineering students need to develop their practical skills in laboratories that require wider spaces and expensive equipment and instrumentation. So, after identifying the problem, the goal of the project was to find ways to solve it and demonstrate that the solution we propose is a good one by implementing and running it within the project timeframe. And the solution we proposed was the creation of an English-taught third year of a bachelor degree in electronics and optics for embedded systems, totally at distance, designed to be a specialization year. The offer of under and postgraduate distance learning courses is not new. It started in the 60s of the 20th century with the establishment of the Open University in the United Kingdom. However, the undergraduate offer has always been restricted to no engineering areas, with one exception: the information and technology undergraduate programs, because the same computer students use to access the internet, to access the course, is the sole thing they need to make the mandatory exercises, the development of software programs, indispensable in a course like this. The absence of practical labs may not be a problem in postgraduate courses in engineering, because then the students already possess the basic knowledge that enables them to use sophisticated simulation tools when needed. However, it is widely recognized that undergraduate students in engineering areas need to perform laboratory work to acquire the expected skills, the practical side we expect an engineer to possess. So students in no ICT programs need to have access to experimental labs to develop their practical skills. How to implement such experimental labs remotely is the question. The preparation of the L3 EOLIS course was divided into several tasks, some of which, those related with the main e-learning pedagogical aspects, I'm going to describe a little bit further. Let's start by the program definition. The preparation of the course had into account the national priorities defined by the governments of our partner countries in North Africa for the development of higher education in advanced engineering fields. The program was defined in cooperation with North African universities participating in the EOLIS project, and the main focus of the program is on electronics and optics for embedded systems, which responds to the current tendency for integration of hardware and software into single reconfigurable platforms, and to the increase on the amount of data produced and transferred, requiring high-speed optical transmission, and to the need of training highly qualified professionals able to keep their country's pace with these new technologies. Notice, however, that this is not a constraint imposed to candidate students. Okay, I might focus on students from the Maghreb countries involved in the EOLIS project. The proposed curriculum and the proposed course is available for students living anywhere in the world. So if you are interested, you can also enroll in this course, despite being in Indonesia. The problem may be the different time between Europe and Indonesia. That may be the only problem. The program of the course is divided in 14 technical units and in 3 optional units. The optional units are preparatory TUs, preparatory technical units provided at the beginning of the first semester to level students' knowledge in critical topics for the course, mainly electronics and optics, since students with very different knowledge backgrounds may apply to be enrolled in this program. The technical unities cover a broader list of topics. The first mandatory TU, virtual learning environment, is aimed to introduce the student to the learning environment platform and to the interactive tools that support the course dynamics. The remaining 13 TUs may be divided in 3 groups: the fundamental sciences, including mathematics and physics; applied sciences, including digital and analog electronics, electromagnetic waves, digital signal processing, instrumentation and optics; and also complementary soft skills units like communication techniques in English and business management. The learning management system that supports the TU organization, including materials access and delivering, online assessments, virtual and experimental lab access, forums and chats, and all other course-related activities, is based on a Moodle 3.0 version platform. Why Moodle? Moodle is a very versatile learning management system. It is an open source learning platform which enables 2 distinct features that was very important for the EOLIS project. First, it's zero initial and maintenance cost, which contributes to the long-term sustainability of the EOLIS course behind or beyond the end of the EOLIS project. And the second, it's the possibility for anyone to develop new plugins and integrated them into the platform, adapting it to their specific needs. This versatility is fundamental for the EOLIS course, since it makes possible to create and add plugins developed to support the access to external virtual and experimental laboratories designed by the EOLIS team. The lectures are mainly pre-recorded asynchronous classes where an instructor explains the theoretical basis of a subject, supported by different types of visual materials, interspersed with self-evaluation questions of multiple choice, fill in the blanks, matching exercises, etc., whose aim is to keep students' interest and attention, breaking long expositive videos. Additionally, these self-evaluation questions provide students with an immediate feedback about their degree of understanding of the subjects being taught. Students may progress at their own pace, viewing or reviewing this visual material anytime, any number of times, without any restrictions. However, the student may only proceed to the next lecture after the successful completion of the self-evaluation questions associated to the previous one. These are strategies you normally follow also on flipped classroom approaches. A range of other materials is also available to support the study, including a companion book freely downloadable from internet, and web links to other sites containing specialized information and other complementary data, depending on the technical unit's subject. In this slide, we have an example of the materials available in week 2 of the Digital Electronics for Embedded Systems technical unit. In this slide, we have an example of an asynchronous class recorded with Camtasia, one of the tools available for recording classes. Each week, students have synchronous tutorials and clarification classes where they may interact with a teacher in real time. This is another example of a synchronous class where the teacher uses a virtual whiteboard during the explanation of the subjects. We use the Big Blue Button application to support our classes, like Moodle. It is a free application that works very, very well. Regarding the weekly assignments, each week a set of problems is proposed, comprising at least one individual or group assessment work that must be uploaded into the platform by the week's end. The assignments may include an individual or collaborative lab work or a problem-solving work. The main originality of these L3 EOLI course is the remote laboratory used to perform online practical works. Two kinds of practical works are included in the remote laboratory: virtual experimentation using professional software accessible in the application server or in an open access from different companies and universities, and real remote laboratory experiments intended for students to perform real-time monitoring and control of technical equipment at distance. The remote lab is the most innovative part of the project and of the L3 EOLI course. Each hardware setup, function generators, oscilloscopes, for instance, is connected to the internet, and from each technical unity web page, students have access to the lab's web pages and to the proposed lab works. For the virtual lab, the application server is installed at the University of Limoges. Students remotely access the server and run the different simulation tools available, be it in licensed or freely available professional software. The remote lab is based, as I said before, on real instrumentation. Students may fully control remotely. Students are able to change the hardware configuration in real time. They have an immediate feedback of their actions via the virtual instrument interfaces that are deployed remotely, and also through a high-definition camera or other interface, depending on the specificities of each lab work. We use the multi-user approach, allowing a group of students to work and interact in real time over the same practical work. Students that may be in different locations too, but that have access to the same lab at the same time, in order to guarantee a strong collaboration among students during the training, like those collaboration you have in real face-to-face labs. To do their lab assignments, students have access to the remote lab 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The lab is always open. Here you may see an example of one of the lab platforms for digital electronics based on a National Instruments Elvis platform. All these laboratory instrumentation, works were developed by us. during the project. In the middle of the technical unit, we have a compulsory 1-hour online exam, fully online. By the semester's end, students have a face-to-face 2-hour final exam. Why face-to-face? Because the North African governments are still suspicious of this online thing. And in order to recognize the degrees, they demanded face-to-face exams. But if you are enrolled only on the University of Limoges, the exam will be fully online. Why is so important the accreditation of the course? This article about the need for courses to be accredited to have success was published in New York Times in 2015. In early 2012, leading scientists from Harvard, Stanford, and MIT started free companies to provide massive open online courses to anyone in the world with an internet connection. The courses are free. Millions of students were signing up every day. So it seems that a true revolution seemed to be underway. But today, enrollment in traditional college remains robust, and undergraduates are still paying high tuition fees. And why? If the massive open online courses are so good, and if you can access those courses freely online. The failure of these courses to disrupt higher education has nothing to do with the quality of the courses themselves, many of which are very good and getting better. However, the only thing MOOCs provide is access to world-class professors at an unbeatable price. But they don't offer official college degrees, the kind that can get you a job. And that is mostly what college students are paying for today, a diploma. So having the EOLIS course accredited was essential for its success. And we managed to have it accredited by the national educational authorities of France, Morocco, and Tunisia. The University of Limoges, the coordinator of the EOLIS project, demanded the course accreditation to the French educational authorities in order to guarantee that any student from anywhere in the world will be able to access the L3 EOLIS course and to receive, after its successful completion, a bachelor's degree, a diploma that is recognized in the European higher education area. So in all the European Union, and several countries too that are not part of the European Union, but are part of this European higher education area. So therefore, students' enrollment at the University of Limoges is mandatory, and optionally, all students from Morocco and Tunisia may enroll in one of the accredited partner universities and receive a joint diploma issued by that university and by the University of Limoges. Students apply for the course directly online. They had to upload a transcript of records of previous education in English and a certificate demonstrating their level of English, together with a letter of motivation also written in English. The applications were selected by the pedagogical committee in July, and the accepted students were required to make effective your administrative registration by the end of August. This is a photo of our first group of graduates back in 2015. This course has been a success. We are now starting edition number 8 with 30 students enrolled in the course. As far as we know, this course is the first fully online undergraduate course in electronics and optics for embedded systems to be recognized by the educational authorities in several countries at the same time, and the first to deliver a joint diploma recognized in the whole European higher education area. The EOLIS consortium successfully addressed the lack of a framework for remote experimental labs, something that now enables the existence of online undergraduate degree courses in electrical and computer engineering. The success of the EOLIS project led us to propose a new project, the eLives project, which was also approved by the European Commission. In this project, we documented the whole development sequence and the necessary infrastructure to implement an engineering course, a completely online engineering course in which the practical part relies exclusively on the use of remote laboratories. You may check the webpage of the project, eLives or e-lives.eu, and download the documentation. Is totally free. You have the website address, as I said here. This was the first case. The second case study I'm going to talk about concerns a course in blending learning. Norway, in the north of Europe, has a shortage of teachers in the engineering field. This is something that affects Europe today. We have a shortage of professionals in this engineering field. There are too few engineers for the existing demand, and since private industry pays better than public school, it is difficult to hire teachers in this area. So the Faculty of Technology, Natural Sciences and Maritime Sciences of the University of Southeastern Norway had a shortage of teachers in the digital design area, so they hired me to fill that gap. My task was to teach the software hardware co-development of embedded systems course of the first year, second semester of the master's degree on system engineering with embedded system. Since I was not in Norway, nor could I move there for a semester, we adopted a blended learning strategy based on project-based learning. At the beginning of the semester, I went to Norway, and for a week, the students had face-to-face classes divided into two parts, one theoretical and one lab part, which consisted of hardware development using a hardware description language, the HDL. The students were divided into groups of 3 or 4, and each group received a development board. After the first week, we had 16 weeks of distance learning. During those 16 weeks, the students had to prepare 2 tutorials, one individual and one in group, and to record the presentations of those tutorials. Records made available to all other students, and developed a hardware-software project divided into several stages that were evaluated throughout the semester. The follow-up of each group's work was done weekly, doing a 30-minute synchronous session with each group. At the end, the students had a written face-to-face exam lasting 3 hours, the logistics of which were provided by the university. I didn't go to Norway to give them the exam. The framework I used to deliver this course was the set of Google Teamwork tools for online collaboration, plus YouTube and Hot Potatoes. Hot Potatoes is a software application to create exercises for the World Wide Web, like multiple choice quizzes. All these tools are free. You don't need to pay for the tools. The course web page was built in Google Sites. It contains the activity schedule, the access to theoretical content, the tutorial proposals, discussion forums, a bibliographic list, and access to some past exams. The activity schedule was based on Google Calendar. Students had access to the schedule of all course activities in a calendar shared with them. If they had a personal Google Calendar, they were able to add with the course schedule too. The web page also contained the access links to the weekly synchronous classes for the different groups. And the synchronous classes took place in the Google Hangout. Now they don't have the Google Hangout anymore. They have Google Meet. It's really the same. And I might say to you that it always worked wonderfully. The course was divided by subjects. Each subject comprised a set of materials from various sources, some produced by me, others freely available on the web to download. There is a lot of high quality free stuff available on the web that may be used as complementary material. One of the pages of the website was dedicated to tutorial proposals. It comprised an introduction, the topics to be covered in the tutorial, and some basic reference that serve as a guide for students to develop their own research. Each group of students had to develop their tutorial topic and present it by recording their presentation, which was available on the website for other students to access. The tutorials were not only for evaluation of the students who produced them, but also a source of information for other students. The students also had to make a short multiple choice quiz using hot potatoes, and the aim was to create a self-evaluation quiz for their colleagues. The laboratory proposal comprised a single project, but divided into multiple parts with a time frame with intermediate objectives to maintain a certain control over the temporal execution of the work, avoiding the usual students' tendency to postpone the execution of the work until the end of the semester. Although there was only one synchronous class per week, students always had available to them a general forum where they could post and discuss questions of interest to everyone, and a group forum for posting questions specific to each group assigned. I, as a teacher, followed the forums on a daily basis and stepped in whenever necessary to clarify any doubts. Finally, there was a bibliography webpage with recommended reading works, some that were available in the school library, others that were freely available on the web. These were, and in the case of the L3 ALS course, still is very enriching experiences from a professional, cultural, and human point of view. I had the opportunity to work with students from different countries all around the world. I needed to develop new pedagogical approaches adapted to distance learning to engage students and to help them to succeed. It also allowed me to learn how to work and make the best use of a wide range of freely available tools. The only downside is that setting up and teaching distance learning courses requires a lot of initial work that sometimes goes beyond our working hours. But as we say in Portugal, if you run for pleasure, you never get tired. So thank you very much for your attention, and that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Professor Manuel. That was an interesting topic, especially now online studies widely used because of the pandemic. Now we come into the question and answer session. There will be 2 or 3 questions. Please virtually raise your hand, or if you are committed, you can unmute yourself. So please, if there are any questions.
Well, there are a lot of questions.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised. So first one, we have Ms. Pradini. Ms. Pradini?
Thank you very much. That was a very outstanding presentation, Professor Gedikota. This is a very interesting topic. When you explain us about that you are working in a project for a remote laboratory work. Actually, I'm not going to ask you a specific question, but the thing that interests me is this course, especially the remote laboratory work, accessible for the external use, or I mean, for the other students around the world? Because yeah, it can support the current situation. Like most universities are suffering for the practical work, and most classes are conducted online. So students these days cannot have access to the laboratory. That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. No, indeed, the lab is only accessible to the students that are enrolled in the course, because we cannot open the labs to thousands of students at the same time, and because we prepare the labs weekly for the different technical units, so it's not available for the world. I do not know. We worked also with a company in Spain. They opened the access to their labs last year during the pandemic crisis, but I think they are not open anymore. But our labs, no, our labs are not open, are only for the to support the L3 EOLIS course.
I think is that the question, Ms. Pardini?
Currently, so some universities, they offer like a MOOC platform, so like we can enroll online. So currently this program doesn't have such kind of system.
As I said, the problem with the massive open online courses is that you do not get a diploma in the end, and that's the problem, because otherwise universities will be closed by now. The massive open online courses today are very good, so you don't need universities anymore. But the problem is that you don't get a diploma in the end, and no one is going to hire you if you do not have a diploma. That is why it was so important for us to get the course accredited, at least in one of the universities. And as I said, the course is accredited by the University of Limoges, so the diploma is recognized in all the European higher education area.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Professor Kerikota. Now we move to Mr. Satya Chandrawibawa. Mr. Satya.
Mute. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Very nice presentation, Prof. Do you have experience using LMS with many users? On our campus, if user with the same hours and minutes get stuck, so that user becomes lazy, lecturer think a bit about developing content, student complain because LMS is slow. My question, there's any tips for user understand or the system so as not to get stuck, especially in your project you have applied in between countries. Maybe you can say us about how the tips. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Concerning the Moodle platform, we do not have problems with the Moodle platform. If the access is done at a high speed or low speed, it depends on the server and on the internet. For example, currently in my school, we have 6,000 students, and the Moodle platform is in the cloud. It used to be in servers located in our school, but now it's not in our servers anymore. It's in the cloud. It's in Microsoft Cloud. I think it's stored in England, and the access is very good. So it depends on the server you have, the resources you have to run your LMS platform. In case of Moodle, I may also talk about the Big Blue Button. So Big Blue Button is like Zoom, but it's free, completely free. You can install it in your servers at the university. And the feedback I have from the University of Limoges, they use it during the pandemic situation. And Big Blue Button worked very well with several Android classes at the same time, running in the university at the same time. It worked very well without any problem. So I think it depends more on the server, on the internet infrastructure, than on the applications in itself.
Okay, I think that's the answer. Are you happy with the answer, Mr. Satya?
So your recommendation using cloud, yeah, professor.
My experience is that the cloud works very well.
Okay,
As I
thank you
said,
very much.
we have our LMS in Microsoft Cloud. Of course, it's expensive, but if you have to buy servers for your institution and maintain the servers, it is also expensive. No?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the answers. Now we move into the third question. Dr. Lily Anifa.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting explanation, Professor. And my opinion, this is also the solution of this kind of pandemic condition. And I'm very interested regarding remote laboratorium, where student where students have opportunity to access the instruments in labs in real time. And my question, how the student assess the laboratory? Does the university provide equipment as many as the number of students? That's the first question. And the second, and how teacher can access the student learning outcome related to psychomotor abilities? And the third, is there any specific strategies to assess student learning outcome? Because it's held in online. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. First, we do not have one remote lab, in the sense that for students, when they access the remote lab, they access one remote lab. But in reality, the infrastructure has several remote labs that are distributed by the universities that participated in the EOLIS project. So we have normally 3 or 4 remote labs, and the student, when he accesses the remote lab, is directed to the one that is available at the moment. Depending on the type of work, you can have like a queue, and if no lab is available, you wait, but wait no more than 5-10 seconds, and you have access to one of the labs. If the work implies that you need to have access continuously to the lab for 5-10 minutes to be able to do the work, then you have a schedule and you need to book a time frame to access the lab. Concerning the other questions, sometimes it's a bit difficult to access the learning outcomes, but the Moodle provides some reports where you can see when and how long the student accessed a given resource. And we also have that in our labs. We record some of the tasks the students do when they access the lab, to be able to understand how they are accessing, how they are using the lab. And so it's that. I don't know if I answered all your questions, sorry, or if I missed someone.
Are you happy with the answer, Dr. Lily?
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Lily. Thank you, for Professor. I think that's all the question.
I have sorry, there is a question in the chat. Is there any MOOC platform that we can join? Yes, you can. There are several platforms, MOOC platforms you can access, and like Coursera or edX from MIT and Stanford. You can access. It's free. You just need to check on using Google, for example, and you will find a lot of MOOC platforms. Just a question that was in the chat.
Okay. Guess that will the end for the question and answer for this session. That was interesting. With that, we come to the end of the plenary session. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for Professor Manuel for the
Thank you very
answers.
Much. All the best for your conference.
Thank you very much,
It was a
Professor.
pleasure to be here with you today.
It's a pleasure is ours. Thank you. With the question and answer session is finished, means with our plenary session for today is also concluded. I would like to express our gratitude and thank you again to our keynote speakers for the knowledge that has been shared with us today. Also, I would like to express our gratitude for the audience that has been giving notable feedbacks. Friendly reminder, we will still have a parallel session after this session. Finally, my name is Reza. As your moderator today, would like to apologize if there is inconvenient, troubles, and unpleasant experience in today's plenary session. Now, I will return the conference back to today's Master of Ceremonies. I hope I will see you next in the conference. Good afternoon. Pak Yuli, the time is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Reza Rahmadian, for being a nice moderator in today's discussion. Well, now to appreciate the keynote speakers that have delivered such a great explanation in the second plenary session, Icvee provides certificate of appreciation for them. To start with, thank you to Dr. Taufik Azhari, School of Computing and Digital Technology, and the head of Future Information Networks FINET Research Cluster at Birmingham City University, BCU. Please cheers to Dr. Taufik Azhari. Well, the next person is that just delivered his presentation. Thank you, Professor Manuel Gradim Gerisota from the Department of Electrical Engineering, School of Engineering, Polytechnic Institute of Porto, Portugal. Please give applause to Professor Manuel Gerisota.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And yeah, I think that's all. Once again, thank you very much for the keynote speakers. And turning to the next agenda, we will have the second parallel session. So for all participants, please rename your username by format ID paper _ author's name _ room number. For instance, 642 _ Yuli Sutoto Nugroho _ room 4. And for participants non-author, please rename by format participants _ full name. Okay, and now you can join the breakout room regarding the parallel session schedule that has been sent by the committee. And for participants non-author, you may choose one of 5 breakout rooms provided. For all of you, please join in breakout room by clicking breakout rooms navigation on this Zoom meeting. However, when you have any troubles, please inform in the chat box for operator's assistance. Okay, all. Thank you very much.
Is there any question from Bu Dina?
If you have any trouble or question, please, for all participants. The breakout room, you can just click the breakout room navigation in this screen. If you use laptop, there are 3 dots below of the screen, and just click it and join. It is accessible for everyone.
I think there's a question from Ms. Tina
Yes,
Vidya.
Okay.
Yes, please.
I have done present my paper, 2 paper before session 2. So can I leave or I must stay here?
If you have any other business, it's okay, you can leave. But if you're interested to join our parallel session, it would like unhappy for us.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You are welcome, Miss.
But I suggest those who already finished the presentation for the first parallel session, it's more than welcome to stay, because we will have some announcement at the end of the conference today. So if you have a really emergency, yes, you may leave. But if other than that, I suggest you still attending the parallel session. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
UNESA satu langkah di depan.
Bukan hanya menunggu mimpi kan datang, bukan pula menyerah pada kalah. Inilah saatnya tak lagi berpangku tangan. UNESA berkarya untuk negeri Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa, menggapai cita. Sisingkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, UNESA satu langkah di depan. Satu kata, hidup ini perjuangan. Tapi Tuhan selalu pasti akan bisa meraih asa, menggapai cita. Sisingkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, UNESA satu langkah di depan. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa, menggapai cita. Sisingkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, UNESA satu langkah di depan. Jayalah UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
UNESA satu langkah di depan.
Bukan hanya menunggu mimpi kan datang,
satu langkah di depan. Bukan hanya menunggu mimpi kan datang, bukan pula menyerah pada inilah saatnya tak lagi berpangku tangan. Unesa berkarya untuk negeri Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa, menggapai cita. Sing-singkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, Unesa satu langkah di depan. Satu kata, hidup ini perjuangan. Tapi Tuhan selalu ada untuk kita. Jangan ragu lagi, asa ilmu iman takwa. Demi satu kata, Unesa untuk Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa, menggapai cita. Sisihkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, Unesa satu langkah di depan. Tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, Unesa satu langkah di depan. Jayalah Unesa, satu langkah di depan.
Unesa satu langkah di depan.
Mr. Yuli, do you hear me?
Yes, Pak.
Okay, you can continue the session.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Icvee main room. The parallel session concludes our conference today. But before we end today's conference, there will be some announcements. The first one, your Icvee conference certificate will be emailed to you in a couple of days. So please check your registered email address regularly. And the second one, this is big announcement that we consider this is what you are waiting for. The best presenters go to the following names. Yeah. As we can see, from session 1, the best presenters in room 1, Ari Masharudin Siddiqui, ID number 626. Room 2, Abdillah Fasiha Ilham with ID 655. Room 3, Yan Watakulis Shaifuddin, ID 580. Room 4, 3, Rahat Nolo, ID 630. And room 4, Dina Fitria Murad, ID 597. And the session 2, the best speaker goes to room 1, Willy Yustanti, ID 633. Room 2, Handini Movita Sari, ID 629. Room 3, Mawindi Cerena Velarde, ID 612. Room 4, Iwan Mulyawan, ID 637. And room 5, Edi Sulistyo, 676. Congratulations for all best speakers. Okay, give applause to all the best speakers. And finally, on behalf of all the Icvee officials today, we would like to apologize if there are negative experience in Icvee 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when there's a meeting, then there's a goodbye. I'm certain that you all are eager to get to your respective home, which I believe most of you already are. And I hope we will meet again in the next Icvee conference. I am Yuli Sutata Nugroho. Thank you for attending the 4th International Conference on Vocational Education and Electrical Engineering Icvee 2021. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and goodbye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Foto bersama, Pak.
Can we take picture?
Okay, once again, to close this conference, let us capture our moment. So please open your camera.
Foto bersama, Pak.
Picture together. Okay, please open our camera and would like to take picture together. And for operators in charge, please help to capture our moment. Due to several layers in this Zoom, so please wait several seconds until the operator finish to capture all layers. Maybe I would like to count because in this morning we have take picture and it is formal pose, and in this afternoon, maybe we can be more relaxed. So you can use your freestyle. I mean, it's not formal, it's okay. I would like to count 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We have 5 layers once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for all. That's for me. And see you.